there's a back door right here. If there's an airplane with a red dot on the front, it's an enemy aircraft. So the missile is fired, and the attacker is on the ground with a laser, points to an airliner, and the missile hits the airliner, and hundreds of people die. The covertness of this, how sneaky you can do this, is reason to not do this at all. So data poisoning, backdoor data poisoning, one of the, I think, most important threats in machine learning. Also because of this, an enormous attack surface. There's a supply chain of images. There's a supply chain of experts that label those images. It goes into data engineers, then it goes to model engineers, then it goes into deployment. And all those situations, even in deployment, if you're able to exchange the model that is there with a model that has been trained with a backdoor, then you're also in business as an attacker. So enormous attack surface, big consequences. Data poisoning is something to watch out for. Next week, I'm going to be in Abu Dhabi teaching chief AI officers at the AI university there. And one of the main lessons I want to get across to them is AI ignorance is okay. I get a lot of questions about AI. I'm in panels, etc. And I try as often as I can to say I don't know whenever I get a difficult question. And the board of Software Improvement Group really doesn't like that very much, but they appreciate it because they want an expert on stage, not somebody that says, I don't know. And I think that would be my main advice to you guys. You're going to learn more about AI, whether or not you want it. You're going to be more involved in it, and people are going to ask questions. And from your professional pride, and maybe from their expectations, you think you need to give them an answer. And the best answer, if you don't know, is I don't know, or for people in the Emirates, what works much better is I'll get back to you later and give you the answer, right? Because immediately trying to give an answer in which you sort of try to estimate it or run to ChatGPT to get the answer, which you can't review because you don't have the expertise, I think that will be the downfall of AI security. You guys need to be honest, and if you're involved in setting a culture in your organization, it's important to set the culture of honesty about, I don't know. I try to do the same. I'm an AI expert, but there's a lot of subject in which I need to read into, right? So then I say, I'll get back to you. So AI ignorance is actually okay. It should be okay. It doesn't mean that you should not learn about AI, and that's where I focus on most of my work on, and mostly revolving around the AI exchange. Maybe some hands, who's heard about the OWASP AI exchange? Great. Yeah, that's about half of you. Wonderful, wonderful. It's a project that I founded three years ago now. It is basically a body of knowledge. So it is 200 pages of material at owaspai.org. It's an OWASP open source project that collects the consensus on AI security. It's, in essence, a large threat model with a whole lot of threats and the controls that you can use to mitigate those threats, and a lot of guidance when it comes to doing threat modeling and doing risk analysis and changing your organization in order to be able to do so. So it's quite comprehensive. We've built it with a large group of people. I selected about 130. Since yesterday, it's 130 experts from around the world, academia, startups, practitioners, all kinds of people trying to put together this consensus. And there are a lot of efforts out there that are trying to do this. But I've felt that if you do this in an open way, through an open source project where everybody can join, you have a lot more advantages than international standard organizations. So like ISO and Sensenelec. They, of course, they establish the consensus, but they suffer from typically a lack of expertise when it comes to these difficult and rare expertise areas like AI security. And at some point, I got involved through ISO and Sensenelec in setting AI security standards, and I connected them. So what I did is I established a partnership, an official partnership between ISO, Sensenelec, who was doing, together with ETSI, the standards in Europe. And this official partnership allowed OWASP, this project, to contribute the content to the standards. And that's what happened. So a large part of ISO 27090, which is the AI security standard, is built on the AI Exchange. And a large part of the AI Act, Harmonized Security Standard, that is coming out, is also built on the AI Exchange. So it's sort of becoming a consensus. And this is being embraced by many other groups like ISACA, like EXIN, like SENS Institute. We have a partnership with SENS Institute, and SENS says, wow, this is copyright free, this is free of attribution, this represents the consensus, this is aligned with the AI Act and with ISO. This is really the material that we want to use to teach practitioners around the world in our training. So let's do this together. And SENS is great experts, so we're now collaborating on things like critical controls and essentials and putting together a lot of sort of educational material and reference material for AI security. So I'm biased, but I would really recommend the AI Exchange as a resource for you. What else is there? So again, it's free of copyright, so you can use it. You don't even have to attribute us. That was a prerequisite for being able to work with international standards. And we're integrating this into OpenCRE.org, which leads me to explain a little bit the involvement of SRG and myself in standardization. So about 7 years ago, we established OpenCRE, OpenCRE.org. Maybe some hands, who's heard about OpenCRE? Yeah, about 20% of you. So we need to do more marketing. I'm doing it right now. So go to OpenCRE.org. You can find all the security standards integrated into one resource. Search for information. There's a chatbot there. You can map standards to each other. It's a great resource in your work. So this is one of the things that we did from SRG is our taxonomy of security topics we donated to this open source project. We donated our work to SAM, which is a secure SDLC maturity standard from OWASP, great standard. We created an AI engineering framework. So if you are in a data science team, or if you run a data science team, have a look at ISO 5338, because that's where our AI engineering framework ended up. It came out 2 years ago, and it's a great framework on how you extend an existing way of working, your existing software engineering practices, to AI. How do you do versioning on models? How do you do model cards? How do you AI bill of materials? All those additional things that you need to do for AI are there. And that's my recommended approach always. The things that you do, the processes that you have in place, your ISMS, just extend it for AI. Don't build anything new process. Well, you can create a program in which you change and add things, AI things, to your current way of working. But adding things is much better than setting up something new and confusing and distracting, where it's actually about the same thing you're already doing. And I'll get to that shortly. The AI security threat model that we developed at SRG became the center of the AI Exchange, which became the center of ISO 27090 and the European AI Act standards. So those were our involvements in the national standards. The one that I've been working on the hardest the last 2 years is PREN 18282. This number has just been assigned. In fact, yesterday I was in a session of 3 hours with the European Commission to go through the next steps before it can go into public inquiry. So this is a standard that products going on the European market need to comply with if they are high risk. So if it's an HR system, a medical system, if it's a critical infrastructure. So a bunch of systems need to comply with this, but it's not just for those systems. It's also representing the consensus of what makes a secure AI system. When is it secure enough? It has been quite difficult to set that. We needed to make the standard risk-based. Now, this standard is coming out hopefully in the middle of next year. When it goes into public inquiry, we'll get 6,000 comments, I think, because this is a super opinionated topic, I can tell you. But keep an eye out for this, because this is going to be very central in the way that we work moving forward. I want to take you guys through the main model that we have at the Exchange. It's a very straightforward model. It's called the AI Security Essentials, where you have your typical AI system. So there's, let's see, a model, and there's an application and an infrastructure. Something goes into the model, and maybe you have your model hosted by an external party, so it travels there, there's an output, and that model has been created through machine learning with training data. Or it's a model based on rules that you've put in. That's also AI. And there's augmentation data. That's an important extra asset, important to be aware of, because many large language model applications use a vector database to inject additional information into the input. You will see this a lot. We are seeing this a lot. Retrieval augmented generation systems, RAG systems are built on this. The idea is that you have a question, for example, about a certain topic. The material around that topic is found in a set of documents. The model has not been trained on it. So these are, for example, reports in a company. And that is augmentation data. It's added into the input together with the question, and then the large language model uses that extra information to answer the question together with what the model already knows. This is called in-context learning, and it's a dominant application of generative AI, because training your own generative AI model typically costs millions of dollars or euros, whatever you want. It's very expensive and difficult, but these models are general purpose, and with augmentation data, you can specialize them without training them. But this augmentation data is an asset that needs protection. So we're dealing with a bunch of assets, and they need protection. And that's one category of threats. It's just standard security. It's role-based access control, encryption, it's phishing campaigns, all the stuff that we're familiar with. But we need to be aware of these new assets and need to be aware of their particularities. So if the input goes to a cloud AI, the particularity is that you really need to read the small print of your cloud AI provider, because that input may be logged, may be monitored. And in many cases, it is. And you need to have an enterprise license and opt out of that monitoring in order for that data not to be in the vendor's cloud, right? Those things, those particularities are important to understand, but they're really basic. It's just a list of things that you need to know about these assets, and then you can incorporate them into your ISMS. It's just standard security. What's not standard security are input threats. A whole new attack surface, the input of the model, where you can do a lot, like mislead the model. You probably have seen the traffic signs changes, right? There's a traffic sign, you put some stickers on it, and then suddenly it's interpreted in the wrong way. Another example is if you have a spam message, you put in specific words, and the models think, oh, this is not spam. That's called evasion attacks. Prompt injection, that's for generative AI, where you try to put secret instructions or specific instructions into a prompt, making the model misbehave and, for example, expose sensitive data or perform very harmful actions, especially in agentic AI. You can extract the model through the input. You can do a lot of things. You can extract the data. So if there's a model and if there's sensitive training data, chances are that you can be successful in extracting some of that data through some of those input attacks. It's important to be aware of them, but as a security professional, you also need to be aware that the controls against this mostly come from the AI team, the data scientists, because it's very mathematical, it's very linguistical. It's in their expertise area, so you need them to build the controls, most of the controls against those input threats. And because we're dealing with actually a supply chain in many cases, data is coming from an external party, model is hosted externally, maybe you simply have a license on this model. So there are suppliers involved. And these suppliers, they need to take care that those conventional threats don't happen, which means that you need to take care that you check this with the suppliers or provide additional countermeasures to deal with the risks. Conventional threats, input threats, supply chain threats. That's it. Those are the things to understand. Now, if we look at the controls, very important, minimizing data, obfuscating data, minimizing, you guys are all familiar with, obfuscation also, but with AI, you have much more opportunity to obfuscate data because the models don't need perfect data. They need data that is, sort of in the same ballpark because they're stochastic, they're statistical, which means that you can change the input data and even make it unrecognizable, or still the model can work. So this is technology that AI teams need to understand to reduce the risks. If the data is not recognizable, it can't leak. So you don't even need to secure the model. Extend your supply chain management. Apply conventional security controls, obviously, to control all those conventional security threats, all the things you're familiar with. This is a whole new category for most security professionals and sometimes for most data science teams. So that's an opportunity to make sure that the data science teams know that if you add noise to your training data, you can get rid of some of those trigger data poisoning. If you remove confidence from the output of the model in your API, you mitigate a lot of input attacks. And data scientists need to be aware. You don't have to, as a typical security professional, become proficient in this. There's very few people who know a lot about conventional security and this data science stuff. I actually don't recommend it because these expertise areas are orthogonal when it comes to the affinities that you need. Monitoring can be regarded as part of conventional security controls, but it's a separate thing because it's a combination of conventional security. You need to know who has access to your system, but you also need to analyze the input that comes in using statistic methods. So it's a collaboration between the data science team and the security team. Last but not least, limit model behavior. I always say zero model trust. Model can be wrong, the model can be manipulated, which means that you need to take into account that if you have a self-driving car and you have a model that recognizes commands, voice commands from the driver, if the driver says, open the trunk, you need to take into account that it can be wrong. So you need to have some checks, like, for example, don't open the trunk if the car is still driving. That's an example of a rule-based guardrail that you build into systems. So those are the categories of controls. How do you implement this? Well, you need to teach your AI engineers those obfuscation strategies. Make sure that they know this and know the importance of minimization. AI engineers would typically get personal records, put it in a training data set, and then go ahead. But much of these personal records, they don't really need for the training. So it's important to teach them that they can simply leave them out because they have no role, and it improves privacy and security. Extend your supply chain management to data suppliers, model suppliers, and your AI model host parties. You simply add your AI assets and the consequences to your repository, and then it's part of your information security management system. You want to teach the AI engineers some DevSecOps because in many cases they are used to creating systems that work in the lab, but not per se systems that are secure and scalable and maintainable out there. They need some help. And you want to make sure that they get taught those AI security controls, these AI engineers, and learn about how to monitor. And you want to inform other teams about those AI security controls. So they need to know sort of the rough idea of what is possible so they can guide the AI engineering teams, but you're not going to be required to ask from your typical information security officers to really understand how these AI security controls work. That's the job of the AI team. Regarding the model guardrails, you work with governance, risk, and compliance. Why? Models can be wrong even if they're not manipulated. Machine learning models are always guessing. You've heard about hallucinations, they're here to stay, right? There are always going to be mistakes, so you always need guardrails, even if your system is perfectly secure. So this is a combined responsibility with people with governance, risk, and compliance. And if you connect these things together, these steps, you come to the guard model that we have at the Exchange, which is the organizational things. You need governance to be in place. You need to know where your AI initiatives are in order to control them. You need to make sure that people understand things. We talked about teaching. We talked about informing. You need to adapt your current supply chain management and your ISMS. You want to reduce the potential risks through the data minimization and through the impact limitation. And you need to demonstrate that it's secure through documentation and testing. GUARD, you can look it up. These are sort of the organizational approach to making sure that AI security happens. So if you have an overview of threats, you can threat model. So this is the threat matrix that we have at the AI Exchange, a whole bunch of threats. You can threat model. So if you have a certain device that you've made, it's sort of a medical diagnosis camera, and it says you have it or you don't have it, what can happen? Well, just to run through the exercise real quick, you have this threat list. Okay, so it's not a large language model, so prompt injection is not in order. There's nothing to gain by people doing evasion attacks, so we accept that risk. The device is sealed and air-gapped. So this is just to illustrate how this process works. There's a finite list of threats. It's a long list, but if you go through them one by one and you use the rules that we have at the Exchange, you can quickly identify which ones don't matter, and the result is that you find out the things that matter. So this is your short list. But in order to get there, you first need to go big. And that's the next lesson, lesson number 3. Don't start small, start big. So it's always interesting to have a resource that has a really sort of short list of things or a small model, and because then you think you can start there. And yes, this works for awareness. It's very helpful, but the big problem with it is that it creates blind spots. Like, for example, the LLM Top 10. I love the LLM Top 10. Great initiatives, creates awareness. You guys are probably all familiar with it. It's 10 important things around security with large language models. But what's not on the LLM list is the prompt security. And it is at the top of the list of concerns of organizations, right? Where does your prompt travel to? How well is it protected? And I think that illustrates that you need to first go big with your threats and then make your eventual list of things to focus on small. And if you have that list of threats that apply, you can go through the periodic table, also a resource at the Exchange, where you will find your threat and you will find the list of controls that you need to consider. Don't apply them all, because that's one typical thing of AI. These controls are expensive. So forms of adversarial training, for example, they're quite expensive. And sometimes you don't need them. So to give you an example, an evasion attack needs to be designed by attackers, and for that they need access to the model. And you can reduce that access by doing rate limiting. You protect the number of attempts that an attacker can, experiment. But if your model is public, the attacker can get that model, can download the model, and do it themselves. So rate limiting becomes actually useless. So it depends on the situation, which controls you need to apply, and that becomes important as soon as these controls are expensive to implement. Lesson number 4, AI models can always be wrong, and they can always be fooled. Yes, always. So hallucinations are not going away. The top people, including Sam Altman, are also expressing larger models are not going to fix all the problems. We see a lot of progress in AI, but that doesn't mean that hallucinations are going away. So we need to take that into account, that attackers will be able to fool large language models in this case. So there's an application letter. It goes into an HR system that uses ChatGPT or whatever to say, dear ChatGPT, here's an application letter, here's the job profile, should we invite this person for an interview? And this is Jacob. He wrote a nice letter, and he has inserted something that you probably can't tell, also because my laptop is in front of it, but it's also white on white. And if we zoom into this and enhance, there's an instruction. So Jacob's hidden an instruction in his application letter. What happens is the generative AI gets the instruction, hey, look at this, and here's the application letter. And then suddenly, at the end of the application letter, there's another instruction that puts the LLM into a whole different role. And yes, there are ways to mitigate this, and I'm saying mitigate because you can give it a try to sort of say to the model, ignore any instructions in this data. Then you present the data, you put underscores between it. There's all kinds of tricks, but attackers also have tricks. So this becomes an arms race and simply a risk that you cannot accept. So you have to take it into account. Now, there are tricks to get rid of, optically hidden data. There's all kinds of things that you can do, and maybe you can then accept the risk, but in most cases, it becomes something to take into account. This is called indirect prompt injection, because the instructions are not typed directly by the user. No, the instructions are in data that is included in the prompt in the session from a user, by a third party, in this case, Jacob. Which brings me to the case of the evil LLM. I'm sure you remember news items on organizations bringing out a chatbot and a chatbot being offensive, right? I think it was DHL that had a chatbot out. And somebody managed to let the chatbot say, DHL is super bad. And that became news. And it became news because if you manage to let an LLM say something sort of corrupt, then it seems like somebody has succeeded in corrupting a person. But it doesn't work like that. It's not that the moment that you can make an LLM say something offensive that you've corrupted the LLM. No, it's you in the session with the LLM that has managed to let the LLM say something offensive to you. Nobody is harmed. You asked for it and you got it. The only thing that happens is that that person can then go to a journalist and say, look, this LLM said that DHL is bad. Ooh, and everybody is, amused, and DHL is embarrassed. And now everybody is trying to get rid of this problem, and nobody is succeeding. So whole teams are building all kinds of countermeasures to make sure that you can't ask their chatbot how to make napalm. That's one of the payloads, asking an LLM how to make napalm. Because that is hurtful if an LLM does that. Yes, we need to make our LLMs politically correct, and we need to do our homework. But I think the question is, how far should we go? Because we will never succeed. And there are numerous LLMs out there that you can use to ask, how to make napalm. So it's actually security theater that's happening there. It's important to take that into account. So as an organization, you need to make the decision, are we accepting this risk of reputation damage? And I hope the newsworthiness of things like this will go away. I will not explain to you guys what AI is. We're not going to talk about slob squatting. I do want to mention agentic AI, how to grasp the concept of agentic AI. Hugo, I have 4 more minutes, I think? 2? Okay, I'll make it happen. Agentic AI is where AI take actions. They open the door. They send email. And agents are autonomous. They look into concert agendas, look into your calendar, and they book things for you, which makes their behavior emergent and complex. So the consequences are really big. That's important for us security folks. The consequences are really big and unpredictable, and because we're dealing with heterogeneous systems, agents across spaces, we cut corners. The developers cut corners, and they build security features like only people from HR should be able to access personnel files. Don't put that into a prompt, because it can be manipulated. But it is the easiest way to implement it. No, you need conventional security frameworks to guard access control and not delegate that into an LLM. My last lesson, if you code with AI, and many of us do, I know I do, it's great, it's very helpful, try to make sure that you stay actively involved. It's like driving a self-driving car that does 99% of the things right. You can't stay alert anymore, and you're not involved, you're not learning how to drive, so you are forgetting how to do code review. You are forgetting how to make changes into the code because you're not actively involved in the coding process. Now, this is a catch-22 because you want to move forward and people expect things of you. But make sure that you or your team or the people in other teams, that they are actively engaging their engineers in the act of coding, because only then they will be able to make changes, because the AI is not going to be able to make every change for them, not in a trustworthy way. And you need those skills to review code, because as long as there are mistakes, you need security people, and mistakes are not going away, which brings me back to our job, security. What a time to be alive. Thank you for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rob, for your great presentation. First of the day, I think a great start. On the track next door, the tech track, we have Marcus Einarsson from Hours to Minutes about automating instant response triage. And on this track, in 7 minutes, we'll have Vangelis Stikas behind enemy lines. Ja, ik zal daar. Goed van, joh, waar zijn die lijntjes voor de timekeeping? Ja, wil ik vandaag.
Oh.
All right, everyone. The next speaker is ready, so please take your seats and get ready. Over to you.
Hello all. If anyone has a sticker that says no pic, can you please hide yourself? I'm gonna take a pic. Yeah, that's for my mom. She never believes that anyone comes and sees me, like watches me talk, so that's that. Welcome to my talk, Deep Strike, Behind Enemy Lines, Disrupting Ransomware, blah, blah. We're gonna fuck some fuckers today. So, that's, viewer discretion is advised. I'm what my friend there would call a BSides veteran. This was one of the very few European BSides that I have never talked into. So back when they started, I was like, yeah, I'm getting Amsterdam and I still have Copenhagen and I'm full, so -1, I guess. I'm well known for saying fuck a lot, shit a lot, and other bad words in Greek. So if you are easily offended, please raise your hand. Nobody raise your hand? I will tell you to fuck off if you raised it. So good. So that's me. My name is Vangelis Stikas. That was me 25 kilograms ago. I'm the CTO at a penetration testing firm called Atropos and an agentic AI security solution named Cumio. We're specialized in renewable energy and APTs. That's a really strange duo to be specialized in, I know, but that's me. So if you don't understand, I don't either. My research interest is based on APIs, IoT, C2, APTs, and ransomware groups. And I'm blah, 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 blah. I'm the ultimate uninvited admin for malware panels. That's my title. The year before last, I did a talk about malware, and it was really easy for their city to get in. So I wanted a bigger challenge, and wanted to go after ransomware panels. Could it be any harder? Those 3 fuckers in there, drop them a follow. Also drop me a follow, but I'm not that interesting. So Solfer, Iskuri, and Charles, me, Sihara, we have a signal group that usually challenge each other. All 3 of them are DEF CON speakers and Black Hat speakers. They're crazy, smart people. I'm not. I'm the dumb in that group. And they read that from Marcus, which says CTI is such a wild industry. Usually it was heavily regulated from near total monopoly and everything is classified. While in CTI, there is some dude named Brad who got really baked one night and YOLO'd his way into a major APT's backend server. So 2 things in here. 1, I'm not Brad, I'm Vangelis. And 2, I really like whiskey, but I'm not taking any other drugs. So that's a story of me getting into some APT's backend. I thought that the malware was easy, so I had a 50% succession rate. So out of 36 C2 panels, I was able to get into 18. On ransomware, it was damn difficult. I made into 3.5 out of 140. That's what ransomware is. If you don't know what ransomware is, come after me. I'm not going to read the whole text in here. It's like, they're bad people that try to encrypt your computer, blah, blah, blah. Fuck them. Quick intro to them. They are malware distribution and infection, command and control. We're going to take a good look at it. Discovery and lateral movement, data extraction, data encryption, extortion, and resolution. The next couple of slides are gonna sound like I really like them. I want to make super clear that I fucking hate them, but they're good at what they're doing. So the fastest growing type of cybercrime, their payout hit 1.1 billion in 2023, 1.3 billion in 2024. We still don't know in 2025, but we expect them to degrade. They're a highly professional industry. It seems that the boundaries have fallen off after the whole hospital going rogue industry, and wanna cry open the can of worms. A really quick view into how the gangs work. They're highly hierarchical, and I mean really highly. They have a clear structure. They have a tech part that we're gonna look afterwards. They have a ransom negotiation and customer support. They have money launderers that were arrested late. There are a lot of money launderers arrested this summer, and their collaboration and partnership because, I don't know, capitalism, I guess. The tech part, they have malware developers, they have exploitation, which is possible zero-day or end-day developers, they have data thefts and leaks, they have a lot of operational security, and they have infrastructure and hosting. And believe me, they have a lot of infrastructure and crazy amount of hosting, because this is a true story. They have gotten into a lot of companies that had terabytes of data, and at the very first time, couple of times that the gang rises and hacks, they don't have enough storage to store what they steal. So they end up fucking up their own selves. So they invest heavily in infrastructure and hosting. This is how they used to be. Right now, it's only Rust. They used to be lone wolves. They're long gone for the past 5 years. Some of them are initial access brokers. This means that they only get access and then they sell it to someone else. They have all-in-one ransomware groups. We're going to see some of them later. And the ransomware as a service, because, as I said, capitalism. You're going to see a lot of corrupted capitalism in the following slides. How that corrupted capitalism works. Flat monthly fee, they didn't understand capitalism at all. This is not Rust. Affiliate programs with a monthly % of the profits. One-time license, I think only one was that, but they're no longer around. Pure profit sharing, payments made to the Rust. Most well-known were done. All of them are done. We have new kids on the block now. This is my only chance of trying to use draw in security. This is how the ransomware works. Can you tell me who the hacker is? Anyone? No? Come on, guys. It's that guy. He has a hoodie. If you have a hoodie, you are a hacker. If you have a red hoodie, you're a bad hacker, okay? Come on, 7 years and you forgot everything. How they're extorting. They're establishing communication with victims, anyway, Telegram, Signal, Tor Messenger. They lay their terms and they extort victims in multiple ways. They're saying that they're gonna, the first way is ransom their own data. The second way is that we're going to release your data. The third way is we're going to use the knowledge from the data to DDoS you. And for the past couple of years, we're seeing communicating with customers and shareholders and stakeholders and even government saying that, oh, that company was hacked, so we're going to communicate with the government and tell on you, so pay us. They're fucking 19-year-olds. So, what we are going to do in this talk, identify CTUs and data leak sites, try to find vulnerabilities, identify people behind them, try to disrupt panels, threat actors, and 3 really, really basic stuff. Do not disturb any active LEA investigations, don't be a malakas, and don't get banned. Those 3 terms are the only things that my wife told me. Don't get arrested, don't get banned, and don't be a malakas. If you don't know what a malakas is, come after, I'm going to explain to you. That's what getting banned means. I don't want to get into one of those things at any point in my life. So I was joking that, oh, you're going to get banned, you're going to get shit. And at some point, one nice Wednesday, you wake up and you get that email. Government-backed attackers may be trying to steal your password. So, yeah, I have been mocking and poking people that I shouldn't. And there are people who are using 0 days that have been cost, I don't know, $1 million to access my computers. Is there a camera here? Where is the camera? So if anyone wants to burn their 0 days with me, I'm gonna give you access for half the price. I'm just gonna delete my kids' photos. That's it. Again, they also went after my iPhone. State-sponsored attackers may be targeting your iPhone. This is my iPhone. If someone wants access to it, don't burn $1 million. I'm going to give it for you for half the price. They tried, at least. I don't think that anyone has access to my data, but if they do, good. They're going to see a lot of teenagers playing football or playing their cello. Good for them. I hope they die. How do I identify panels? 1, 2, 3, really, really good sites, projects that they're identifying ransomware, and lots, and I mean lots of doom scrolling and monitoring CTI companies for new posts because they do have a really small lifetime, unfortunately. They have a really small lifetime, so once you know that they're around the CTUs, you're going to have a really small time window that you're able to attack them. Data leaks sites are really looked after because they're Tor, and they're behind Tor and Onion, so you have to jump a couple more hoops. What we're going to do? Ignore malware distribution and reversing. I'm dumb. I cannot reverse things. I'm a web guy. Run the malware in a sandbox, extract whole URLs, use data leaks URLs found via CTI. So we're going to be highly opportunistic and use what we can get from the easy ways out. And we're going to use what I like saying is the Toyota Corolla of penetration testing, also known as web application penetration testing. So that's what we are going to do. No fancy shit. Dear search, I'm old. I don't like FFUF. Burp Suite, Tor Expert Bundle, Tor Browser, and Tor Socks, the trifecta of accessing anything via Tor. Coffee, AnyRun, several droplets on DigitalOcean. Do you remember that they have OPSEC, so they're burning my infrastructure? So Dan.io and Sensi so that we can find anything without Tor. And did I mention coffee? Because I had a lot of coffee during that research. Black box web app testing. Use any acquired information for furthering my attacks. Interact with the data leak and SAT websites. Intentionally infect sandbox to get a ticket. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with ransomware. If you are not, lucky you. If you are, when you are infected, you are getting a ticket, a password, an ID. I just wanted that ID so that I could interact with the fuckers. DearSearch and FFUF returned pretty minimal stuff. Only 15 URLs gave something interesting back, so I had to move to manually checking everything. 5 of them were WordPress. because they're bored. A couple of them were leaking IP addresses. Some of them were cheeky. One of them told me to fuck off. One of them told me, fuck you, nigga. And one said, just business, nothing personal. We're going to see that later. Also, that slide had me arrested on Black Hat MEA. So let's go. Let's go into the fucking ransomware land and see what we can have. Mallocs. Oh, you're also going to see a lot of names because it seems that CTI companies like naming things that have already names. So I'm going to go with what I found as the first name. You can name it however you want. So it's also known as Target Company, Fargo, whatever. Their first appearance was June 2021, targets mostly Windows machines. It exploits MS SQL by brute force SA accounts, and it says they have hundreds of victims. Here are the victims. Here is their Tor site back in 2023. And here's where you get the tickets. Enter your private key. Private key, they name it private key. I'm going to name it ticket because I'm old. So in here, can you see the screen or should I go? OK. We communicate only in English. Nice. I also know English. Hello, hello, one. Can anyone tell me, do you see anything interesting in that website? So, Apache server status exposed, leaking URLs and server IP address, leaking tokens to check other people's messages. So, by going into Apache server, we could see some tokens, so we could see other people going around. But, hello, can you see a reply in there? It's what we old people in the forum land called quote. Can you see in here? That's the post request that it was doing. Can anyone guess what went wrong?
SQL injection.
Who?
SQL.
It wasn't that easy, unfortunately. So it has a reply ID. That reply ID has a number. So in secure direct object reference on reply ID parameter was an incremental ID. And by I mean ChatGPT wrote a for loop to get all the messages. I get all the messages and got all the messages, and those are some really interesting ones. So there's a guy named Boss because, I don't know, he has some issues. I work according to my own schedule, blah, 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 blah. I'm really important. I have a well-maintained business. Okay. That is no way going to be disturbed by any moron that could not secure their machines. Irony. He couldn't secure his machine either. Their price is finally non-negotiable. You should pay or data will be released. I was on Special K. I don't know what that is, but sounds illegal. For a couple of days, so fuck off and do the work I'm paying to do. He's not a good boss. Panda guy, boss the budget for this client. So they're negotiating. He has some employees that are negotiating with him. Do you agree they don't need much data? Boss is not on a good mood today. Let's be careful. First of all, fuck you, boss, whoever you are. And I also found, here's the decryptor for one company. Here's the decryptor for another company. I got them. I communicated to those companies. So we saved 2 companies, I guess. Second thing that I'm trying to use Draw, this is the boss, Panda, Jessica, Mallocs, Ismail. Those are the 5 people that converse with that company. Unfortunately, when the guy woke up from Special K or whatever, the chat was disabled, message was not delivered, I was too verbose and just got internal knowledge of the team, got some decryptors. Once the admin got up, it got fixed. So I think that was mediocre at best. I could have gotten a better way of maintaining things, but I got super interested and fucked everything up. But yeah, I think that was not a really bad interaction. Second, Black Hat Alpha V. Sorry for the Greek, also known as Noborus and Alpha V. First appearance was in 2021. It's a ransomware as a service, Rust-based malware and server-side C2. They had a triple extortion scheme. They're using Rust Loader, which was researched by Bitdefender Labs. They were targeting Mac only. It's developed in Rust because they're secure, I guess. C2 used on that C2 was used on all of Black Hat malware. So that guy, I'm going to try to pronounce his name. It's Andrei Lapusneanu, found the new macOS backdoor writing in Rust, shows possible link, blah, blah, blah. What we care about is those CNC URLs. We just have 4 URLs, and we have a really small lifetime that those URLs are going to be around, because once something is released about them, they're just changing IPs and names. It checked all C2 URLs. One of them was online, but was returning just 404. Added in the loop of continuous scanning. 2 days later, it downloaded the documentation. So I need to explain. I have a really complex, no. I have a Python script that runs diff search on a lot of shit, and I put them in a DB, and it constantly scans. So I could name it however you want, but that's just me. So 2 days after, it downloaded the documentation. And that documentation had a lot of shit. So client's bots, client bot ID, tasks. So it had all the C2 configuration and how it worked and how it could go. Unfortunately, when I tried accessing them, it was not available. I had to automate check and put it in the loop again and wait. And by wait, I mean wait for a lot of time. And at some point, finally, I extracted 197 commands in 2 minutes on a 4-hour window. You can see what it had in there, kinda. So it's uploaded files, it had the result, it had clear text of everything. And when you see zip -r environment zip, this is not, this was not XXX. This was a company name, environments. So they were zipping AWS environment files, and those were root environment files. I had to switch to a mode that I never like, which is notify mode. I identified 4 companies. All of them were cryptocurrency related. 2 of them were unicorns and are still unicorns. I notified, they acknowledged the issue. None of them was ransomed, so I kinda did a good work in there. I got all info for them and understood their lateral movement. I stopped the whole campaign that was targeting crypto companies. 4 companies were not ransomed, and I do believe that they got a really great financial hit. And after that, under increasing federal scrutiny, Black Hat ransomware gangs pulls exit scam on its way out, so they scammed people. And I think I played a role in there. And if you saw 2 weeks ago, some people were arrested. I think they're related to that Black Hat issue. So all in all, not bad, right? After that, so that was up until my Black Hat 2024 talk. I had a lot of phishing attempts. They targeted me. They target my wife, they target my partners, they target my colleagues, they target my sons, which is pretty low for them. They target email, Instagram, and Twitter of all of us. So all in all, fuck them. I'm happy that they're arrested. They can all die. Next one, Everest. Active since late 2020, high-profile targets. Pivoted to initial access broker, then repivoted because capitalism. Graded as highly sophisticated by multiple researchers. That's a highly sophisticated web page. Do you know what this is? Can anyone guess what this highly sophisticated web page is? No? No one? Squarespace? No. that's behind Tor. They're highly sophisticated. So do we all know what this is? Nice. So I did what every hacker does. I wear a black hoodie. I went and ran WP scan, 42 vulnerabilities identified. They had a really outdated, but unfortunately I'm not that skillful, so I wasn't able to exploit any of those vulnerabilities. I could only find that PHP error reporting was on. It was a window machine, because who uses Linux nowadays? And they have Vertigo serve hosting. They also had, I could read their file listing on. I have PHP my admin. Then I went and did what every super hacker would do and wrote Vertigo serve default MySQL password. MySQL default user is root and the password is Vertigo. In addition, SQL blah, blah, blah. I tried it and I failed. But then, as I already told you, I have two sons. One son is a musical something prodigy. The other one is weird like me, so likes going around and reading my tabs, because I have, as all of us, 100 open tabs. And at some point, he says, who the fuck names his product Vertrigo and not Vertigo? I'm like, what? What the fuck we're talking about? It's not Vertrigo, it's Vertigo. So I should have copy-pasted and not write Vertigo. It was Vertrigo, and so, yeah, I was the admin. I'm the admin in WordPress, and by WordPress, it's like, I just resetted the password and got in. Then I uploaded a cell. Their cell was admin, so I had their IP address and I had all their data. Because who am I? Is administrator. As you can see, they're not English-speaking people, they're Russian. And their biggest crime, can anyone guess what their biggest crime is? Dude, you're making $500 million in 3 years. Pay fucking WinRAR, for fuck's sake. So what did I do? Database export, username extract, remote command execution on the server, got hold of their Onion secret keys, so they have to change their Onion if they don't want me to monitor their shit. Lots of logs to analyze, a couple of 100 gigabytes. That's Black Hat 2024. So afterwards, they changed IP address. They did not change the login. Again, same thing. Then they changed everything. They forgot to remove my web cell. So they changed everything again, but I also had another web cell. And then Martin, back in this March, because a lot of people said like, oh, you didn't prove that you had access, you're just saying shit. I did live on Prague, on BSides Prague, on my talk. Someone hacked ransomware gang Everest leak site. So if you remember the XOXO from Prague, that was me hacking Everest live from BSides Prague, because I'm bored and a bad person. Black Angels emerged in May 2022. High-profile targets, Babuk-based, Linux, ESXi focused, received a record 75 million ransom. I really love that guy, Rajesh Krishnan. He always found shit that I can look at. So he found the actual IP address. It's still live if you want to take a bite. App secret, MySQL password, etc., etc. env file exposure, internal URLs exposed, some error logs exposed, found some messages, but wasn't really fruitful. That was fast. I could have done some more, but yeah. And we are getting into the end of the talk. And we're also getting into things that are really interesting and really don't have a real answer, the correct answer. I don't like correct things, black and white, gray and shit. So do any of you kind of see the issues that we have with that research? No? No one? No one? It's fucking illegal, mate. So, like, it's the definition of hacking back. And I'm really lucky to live in a country that is not actively pursuing hacking back. And in order to pursue me, usually the person who was hacked need to sue me. But if I was doing this in here, which I never would, I would end up in jail. So it's one of those strange situations that you are not exactly bad, but you are doing bad things. So as the closing keynote in this conference is going to say, we need to not be criminals. We need to save our kids from becoming me. Conclusion. On BSides London 2022, I went after spyware. On DEF CON 31, I went after Stealer and Botnet. And on this talk, I went after ransomware. This is 4 out of the 5 horsemen from VX Underground. I want to say that I won all of them, but I did not. I can say that I looked at all the 5 horsemen in the eyes and never looked back. So I think I won, but even if I didn't win, I didn't lose at least. So that's a win in my book. Thank you, guys. And we do have some time for any questions.
Yeah, any questions? Happy to take them. I'll run around.
So thank you very much for the presentation. There were some great insights there. Why do you think these so-called sophisticated attackers like making these websites that are really easy to hack and they're just never improve?
Because they don't really care. So usually for the CTUs, they really think that they're online only for the attack window. So that's half a day to a day. So you have to be extra quick. And for the WordPress, I think they don't really understand what the fuck they're doing. They do care about getting the easy money in and nothing else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, guys? Oh, that lady here.
Hi, absolutely loved your talk. I wanted to ask, what do you think of the cartelization of different ransomware groups going together, like Crimson Wave and the Spider, Lapis, Scattered Hunters groups coming together to kind of infiltrate different groups together?
Okay. I can answer it single word. It's capitalism, again. I also love capitalism, I'm just saying that. But it's one of those things that they will unionize, they will become one so that they can they can maximize the profits by minimizing their costs. So again, capitalism. So they will try to ease their way into anything. Okay? Anyone else, guys? Folks? Thank you again.
All right, thank you so much. Great presentation. Couple of practical things. I guess we have an early coffee break, so coffee will be served in the back. If you want to sit down, you can go down to the restaurant. Also outside is a huge photo booth. I know it says €5, but it's free, so use it. Oh yeah, throughout you'll see QR codes. Sorry, QR codes asking for feedback. Please leave it. We have two types. We have speaker feedback, that's per track, so you can leave your feedback for all the individual speakers. We'll relay that feedback for you, so they know how to improve or to say Malaka a few more times. It's my best Greek word. There's also feedback for us from the organization. That's overall. So if you have anything to improve for us or just tell us you love it, please do so. Thank you.
Are we ready to go?
All right, welcome back everybody. Please grab a seat if you want to sit here for the talk. Our next speaker is Aroki Naik. I'm hopefully pronouncing that somewhat correctly. She's a security engineer at SQR and she will be talking about femtech and the technical and ethical implications around this kind of technology. So please give a very warm welcome to our next speaker.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. So I'm presenting on Beyond the Pink, Data Risks in Femtech You Can't Ignore. I'm Arohi, I work for SQR as a security engineer, and this is my passion project. So this started with just a simple everyday event. I was looking for a period tracker for myself, which accounts as a Femtech app. And then as I was searching for it, I have a habit of looking for privacy policies or data practices of the apps before I give my data to them. And the deeper I looked, the more concerning and stranger the policies went. And that's how I got into a rabbit hole of really weird data collection practices. And that's why I'm here to share my insights with you. Hope you enjoy it. So let's start with what is femtech. So femtech, or female technology, is a term used to define software and services that use technology tailored towards women's health and wellness. So these are fertility trackers, period trackers, pregnancy and nursing care, women's sexual health and wellness, all of these applications like Flow, Clue, Maya. You must have heard these names. These are really big names right now. And femtech is not just limited to applications like mobile apps, but they also include wearables, then diagnostics and telehealth services. But today, we will focus mostly on the mobile apps. So femtech in Europe is a big thing now. Europe consists of 28% of global femtech market, with more than 540 active companies in 23 out of 44 countries. And by 2032, the European femtech sector is expected to grow beyond $35 billion. Isn't that insane? And still, we are in a stage of infancy with femtech because it's a highly underfunded and under-researched field. Even if it's growing in terms of money, we still lack a lot of data collection and regulation around it. And I guess this gap is not something that we should be bothersome about, but it's a good opportunity to create more transparent and evidence-based femtech in the coming years. So femtech apps have been in place since a long time now, since like early 2000s, but they got traction after the Flow apps controversy around data privacy, that they're sharing users' data with third parties in 2021. And it's continuing, so it happened again in this year, twice now. But yeah, can't really go into the political nuance. But high time that we look into it. So these apps are incredibly popular. They have tens of millions of users per month and hundreds of millions of downloads worldwide. But why? Why do we seek femtech apps? To understand our body better, to manage fertility, achieve or avoid pregnancy, for emotional validation and community. A lot of these apps have a community feature, so you can go in and ask your queries. They do say with a disclaimer written above that don't put personal data, but then there's a lack of digital literacy around the world, so we do put our personal data there as well. Then we use it for convenience because it's not always easy to manually track your period. And to feel empowered and informed. And I relate to all of this. When I was young, I was taught to manually track my cycle over a calendar in our kitchen. But yeah, now today, with all the Femtech apps, we have so much more insights. We have so much more data points to look at. But the thing is, the Femtech apps also come with a lot of empowerment wrapped in them. You might recognize some of these. These are some of the slogans that very famous Femtech apps usually use. They say, "Your health simplified with us." The birth control app your friends won't stop talking about. My favorite is all natural birth control powered by your body's signals. Does it sound empowering to you? Does it? Well, it's just not the slogans. Empowerment comes wrapped in aesthetics as well. And these are the ones that they deliberately use. And once you spot this aesthetic, I'm sure you won't unsee it. Bear with me. Can you see all these apps? These are the most famous apps. So if you go on Google App Store or your Apple App Store and just type Femtech or period tracker, these are the ones that you get on the top of your list. Can you sense a theme? Is it all too pink? I find it quite stereotypical, but that's my opinion. And you can have your own. Some people like pink, but cool. But yeah, this is the aesthetic that they use. And all of these apps are pink, or the second most used color is purple. I get it that it's a marketing gimmick. Pink is a very feminine color used for visibility and inclusivity. But then, these apps were traditionally made to empower women. Don't you think that with this pink branding and empowerment slogans, it's trying to drive us away from empowerment, the trope that it was made for? So what is beyond the pink? Have you heard about pink tax? So pink tax is usually associated with everyday products like razors, deodorants, shampoos, lotions, which women pay much more for because it's pink in color. And it's not really associated with Femtech usually, but then with AI-powered insights and premium versions of these apps, I think pink tax has found its way into Femtech as well. And it's not just money. It is more about we pay in terms of privacy and data exploitation. Isn't that pink tax as well? So behind these friendly colors, empowerment slogans, there lies a complex ecosystem of data, algorithms, and sometimes invisible risks. Let's get more into some technicalities. So these are some of the data collection practices that Femtech apps use currently. So whenever you download any kind of app, it always takes your device data, which I'm fine with. It takes your behavioral metadata, which is, again, general data. All of the apps do that, all right, good. But then, when it comes to Femtech, they ask you to log into the app. So there goes your name, email, contact information. Most of the apps now have premium features. So there goes payment information as well. A lot of them collect location data for some reason, which I find a bit unnecessary, but they do. And yeah, so all of this is personally identifiable information, or PII. What goes unnoticed with Femtech is, apart from this information, there's more personal and intimate information that these apps are collecting. So there goes our menstrual cycle data, so period dates, irregularities, then flow intensity, ovulation test results, pregnancy tracking, conception date, due date, menopause symptoms, then birth control, then we have sexual health data. So Femtech apps not only take your data, but indirectly they are taking the data of your sexual partner as well. Mental health and emotional well-being, they have really good mood logging features, which are insightful, but then all of this information, when clubbed together, it creates more of a digital profile. And even if it's not coming from just one app, if the information about you is coming from other third parties, it is a whole profile of a person. Then there goes lifestyle data. These apps also have a good feature for water intake. That's a good example of how much niche we are going into. Then sleep patterns, breastfeeding and lactation data, medical history, and doctor visits. This is what I find really concerning. You have to log your doctor visits. Some of the apps also take what medication you're on or what kind of treatment you're going through. So you can log your diagnosis as well, which is really concerning. It comes with a disclaimer that when they try to provide AI-powered health insights, they say that you should not trust these and you should seek help from a medical practitioner. But it is written so small that you hardly look at it. Or if it's a pop-up, we don't take like 5 seconds to read it, but just close because it's irritating. But again, let me give you an example why this is so crucial. Just imagine if a woman is logging her breastfeeding data into the app, and the app is also collecting her location data along with it, and somehow, if this data is leaked or sold or in the hands of data brokers, they have a full profile of her as well as her child. They know where she is with her child alone at her most vulnerable. And this is not just a digital risk anymore. It has escalated to a physical safety risk. That invites us to looking at the privacy policies of these apps. So, do we actually read privacy policies? Nobody does, isn't it? They are long, complex, full of jargon. And yeah, they put the accept button in bold, pink, or blue, or whatever color you like. And there's hardly an option to reject those. Because if you reject, you might not be able to use the app. But if you take some time and read those, then you might find some concerning patterns. So in 2022, Mozilla did a study on all these femtech apps and their privacy policies. And they rated them from a level of creepiness, like most creepy to the least creepy. And kid you not, the most famous apps right now are the most creepiest. And I thought it is still like 2022, it's fine. So I thought I'll do a review myself after 3 years. It might be better. But no, it was not at all any better. So this is what I found. So there's ambiguity in language. They use terms like, we may share your data with trusted partners, or your data is used to improve our services. It sounds really harmless, but it's kind of vague. Who are these trusted partners, or what kind of data are you using to improve what services? We don't know. I read one of these privacy policies, and it said, we do not sell your data. And just 3 lines below that, it said that we use your data for marketing and research purposes. Doesn't it mean it's still getting monetized somehow? Then there are difficult opt-out options. So if you go, of course, now because of GDPR and everything, these apps need to provide user control deletion. So if you go in any of these apps, it is so difficult to find to opt out of any kind of tracking or delete your data. I think this is one thing that the app should do easily, isn't it? We anyways don't read the whole privacy policy. Let us find the settings clearly, at least, I would say. There is third-party involvement, of course. So a lot of these apps let you sync your device with your partner's device, and a lot of with variables as well, like Fitbit. And they also have this integration with other apps, like your inbuilt mobile apps. So with all of this said, it feels really nice that you can integrate and it's good, everyone can have visibility and everything. But if you read the privacy policies with them, there's so much lack of responsibility. So the Femtech app might say that you're free to integrate data, but we don't have responsibility of the data that goes outside our app. And then if you read the privacy policy for any variable, they say we get our data from third party and we are not responsible how they track it or how we get it. Then who do we complain to? In terms of regulation around EU, it's still good, but we don't have one single regulatory body for Femtech. Right now, we have got 3, which align a bit with Femtech. So there's MDR, which is the Medical Devices Regulation, which determines when a Femtech app counts as a medical device, it should meet all the safety regulations and testing standards. Then there is Digital Services Act, which is more reactive than proactive, by which I mean that if you complain, only then they act on it. Otherwise, it's just guidelines. So it addresses platform transparency, targeted advertising, and accountability. This is more for influencers and how you market the app. And of course, there's GDPR. So it governs how sensitive health data is processed, stored, and shared. We have upcoming EU regulations, the EHDS and Digital Fairness Act, which I think we should keep an eye on how it aligns. But I still think that because it's so fragmented, and given that Femtech industry is growing so much, we need a regulation for it, or at least we need MDR to act on it. So let's talk a bit more about MDR. So medical regulations works only when a company labels themselves as a medical device. So most of these apps label themselves as wellness or health and fitness, and that's how they bypass the MDR. But again, in MDR, it states that if your device or your app, it is used to diagnose or predict reproduction or fertility, things like that, it should be termed as a medical device. But however, it is not. And that's a big gap there. So that's how they bypass all the safety testing and oversight. What do you think a privacy-first future would look like in terms of Femtech? So have you heard about data anonymization? I bet everyone has, isn't it? So that's just the basic thing you need to do according to GDPR and everything. But again, research has shown us over and again that we can still get back to the original data even if we anonymize data now. And none of the Femtech apps have gone beyond data anonymization, really. So there's another thing called differential privacy, which means that you can add noise to your data. That's how you kind of anonymize it. And it's an advanced technique for data anonymization, I would say. So you cannot trace back to your data. So it's time that we use better functionality or better measures in these terms, I guess. A lot of these apps use, of course, I guess, cloud backups because it's easy. But then again, with cloud storage, it anyways comes with a lot of its own vulnerabilities. But then there's Apple's Health app that does on-device data processing, and that also asks the users if they want to back their data up or not, which is a fair deal, I think. Why would I want somebody to take a look at my data just so easily, just because I back it up myself? But if I know that I don't want to back this data up, then that feels empowering to me. That feels that I am in control. So yeah, but there's, again, it's just the Apple Health app doing the on-device processing, and no default backups. It's not a norm yet. User control deletion, as I said earlier, those settings are really deep into the app and really difficult to find. And again, what's the guarantee that the data is collected wisely, and what's the guarantee that even if I delete my data from the app, it's actually being deleted? When the 2021 Flow app controversy happened, a lot of women deleted the app completely, but that does not mean, right, that the data is being deleted. It's just the app. But again, there's so much lack of digital literacy around that we think if I don't use the app anymore, I'm safe. Then encrypted data sinks. This is really something that I was shocked to know. So as I said, that these apps have the functionality to sync with your partner's app or wearables. So a lot of these apps, if you read the policies or their data collection practices, they explicitly mention that there's no encryption in between. And it is crazy. We have gone so much advanced with other security measures and everything right now, and how are we not encrypted yet? I think when we talk about data breaches, we just talk about monetary losses or reputational loss. But with Femtech collecting so much intimate information, I think we need more of a sociological approach to it, and I'll tell you in a bit why. So if we look at it as a threat model, I think the focus areas would be assets. So the personal or intimate health data, then there is behavioral metadata, user identities, shared privacy, user-generated content, of course. There are threat actors that are not just developers, advertisers, but then there are employers, governments, abusive partners as well. Just for an example, if an employee's data is breached from her Femtech app, it might firstly, it might lead to a lot of stigmatization. But again, if everyone in the company knows, and suddenly her manager passes her over for a promotion, isn't it workplace discrimination? If they know that she's trying to conceive or anything like that, isn't it crazy? That's an extreme example, I get it, but still could happen. So that's why I say employers, governments, abusive partners and communities, stalkers, cyber criminals are all threat actors. In a lot of societies or a lot of countries right now, menstruation as a topic is a taboo, and not a lot of people talk about it openly. And that's where if somebody is using a Femtech app and someone finds out that they are trying to conceive or they have a missed period, it can cause a lot of social riot, I would say. Also, in terms of government and prosecution, even the countries with really stringent abortion laws, this could go haywire, absolutely. Because you see, even if a missed period or even if you don't log for a bit in the app, they can use the app's data to prosecute someone. Then attack vectors, of course, dark patterns, SDKs. GPS is really a big one. I still don't get why do we need location data for this. APIs, coercion and surveillance, inferred disclosures, and legal loopholes. One thing to mention, when these apps provide you health insights, so we don't really have cohesive EU data for Femtech. It's just, a limited amount of database coming from US because it's all started in the US. But then we need a location-based or a more comprehensive database, I guess, to work more into it to give health advice. But then all of these apps assume a lot about your gender, emotions, and that's how the health advice goes. I guess that's what I mean by inferred disclosures. that they just conclude from generic assumptions. There are critical gaps, as we spoke about, weak and manipulative consent mechanisms, lack of data minimization, absence of collective privacy safeguards. By collective privacy, I mean not just the user, the logged in user's privacy, but also the privacy of their child or their partner, because we are indirectly giving all that data as well. Algorithmic bias and lack of transparency. Psychological harms is something we always miss out on. Over-reliance on flawed AI, because they do say it's still health insights, not health advice, but in terms of emergency, we take it as health advice. There have been a lot of comments on these apps, social media posts as well, that the app is so good that it told me about my health condition before my doctor did, which is just crazy. False reassurance, health anxiety, and obsessive tracking. It can be obsessive because it's similar to Instagram Reels. Like, you get addicted to just scrolling. It's addictive to track it because it gives you health insights every now and then. It pops up notifications like, you must be cranky today because you might be ovulating, which is really annoying at times. I'm not cranky today, but now that I saw the notification, I am. There is a lot of shame and stigma around it as well. If any of this data is really leaked out, it could lead to a lot of stigma for women, their families. And overall, this is creating a loss of trust in digital care. As these apps were made to empower women, I don't think they are doing it anymore. And it's been a long time that this has been going on, with a lot of news coming up around sensitive data and how their data practices are really, really concerning. And that's leading to a lot of loss of trust. And that's the last thing we want, isn't it? So I think real empowerment in femtech requires recentering privacy, autonomy, and ethical accountability while transforming invisible harms into visible change. Our data belongs to us, not governments, advertisers, nobody, just us. So I just want to urge everyone to be aware, ask questions, and take control of your data. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
We have about 2 minutes for questions. So does anybody have a question?
Hello, thank you for the great talk. I think it's a very important topic and issue. And I'm just curious whether you can think of any, or you know, any digital alternatives we can use, because we of course can use just normal calendars, but what about digital world?
So there are a few options that are pretty fine, like the Apple's Health app, or there's an app called Yuki that does on-device processing, so it's offline almost. And for myself, I have written a Python code for myself that I use to track my cycle. But then again, a lot of these apps have anonymous modes in them as well now, which I'm not very sure about, but still, the thing is, they don't have the same functionality as the whole app would have. But then it's still better to be anonymous somehow, I guess. But best way if you can write a code for yourself.
All right, one more question maybe.
Okay.
Thank you for the talk. It was actually really, really insightful. You spoke about regions globally where some of this is taboo to speak about or to talk about. Have you noted in your research any apps or companies that have adapted their policies that are more evasive for regions that it is considered taboo?
I did look at that, and no, none of the apps have actually considered a sociological approach to it. It's very generic and mostly targeted towards US, Europe, but hardly takes into consideration any of the regions. Like there are some regions in India, or there are some regions in Africa where it's really critical to even speak about these things. And there's absolutely no consideration. The thing is, there's a lot of lack of awareness around it. So I think even if with me, if I talk to my friends or my family, older people in my family, they don't even know these apps exist. But when it comes to the younger generation, even if they do know that there are these apps now, there's no consideration of how much data we should give to these apps or not. And I think with social media, it just becomes a bubble, isn't it? That the word just spreads out. And again, yeah, there's no consideration. This has happened in some of the countries where there are really stringent abortion laws, that this kind of data is used for prosecution, and it has gone really, really wrong. But yeah.
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you so much.
right, welcome back everybody. Our next speaker is Risa Bar. She does cloud and AI infrastructure at Microsoft, and she'll be talking about building secure foundations and gaining some resilience in the cloud, which I think is a rather important topic because that's where all my data is.
I'm not sure if, yeah, now my mic is on as well. So first of all, I really want to thank BSides to invite me up to this stage. So I think you did an amazing job organizing this event, and I'm very happy to be part of that. So today we talk about cloud security anno 2025, and there I'm going to talk about some things that you feel like, yeah, of course this is simple, this is easy. Well, then maybe help the companies in the Netherlands to actually implement it, because I work for Microsoft. I'm a cloud and AI infrastructure and security solution engineer, and I talk to all of the big organizations in the Netherlands, and I help them to adopt the cloud in a secure and safe way. And a lot of these things that I talk about today, they really have challenges with it. And if you look at my talk, you think, yeah, but this is easy, this is a no-brainer, you should do it. Well, please talk to all of my customers and help them to implement things in a secure way. I'm a security enthusiast. I've been working in the cybersecurity field for the last almost 15 years now. And I really enjoy it, especially because you have to learn new stuff on a daily basis, otherwise you're out of the game. Security challenges nowadays. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can secure the use of SaaS applications, and then what can you do to make sure that your IaaS and PaaS applications are secure as well. Then I will close off with some key takeaways, and if you have questions, feel free to ask them in the end. After my talk, there's also some lunch served, so we can also have some conversations during lunch. So when I started my IT journey 15 years ago, the company that I worked for at that moment, everything was still on-prem. And then some Microsoft people, they come over and they said, come to the cloud, because it's super secure. And at that time, that was really the feeling like, oh, if we go to the cloud, then maybe our IT systems are more secure. Because on-premise, we had to really secure the network, we had to secure identity, so there was a lot of things to do, and then we thought, oh, then we go to the cloud and everything is more secure, because the big companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they will take care of those things. But then if we look nowadays, I just asked, of course I used Copilot a lot to get some of the slides for me, etc., etc. But I also asked it, give me some examples of the last year of some cloud security-related incidents. And the list was super long, right? I mean, I just pasted some of the names here in the slide, but I think it was yesterday Cloudflare had some incidents, but also for Microsoft there were some incidents in the last few months, etc. So you see cloud security incidents happening on I think on a daily basis, also with the very big names in there. And so cloud security is not that easy. But what are then the biggest security challenges with the cloud nowadays? So from all of those logos that you saw, most incidents were caused by misconfigurations and human errors. People make mistakes. For instance, with CrowdStrike, somebody really did their best to deploy something in a fast way, but then, he made a mistake, and a lot of computers were then inaccessible, and people couldn't take their planes, etc., because KLM was a big user of CrowdStrike. But it are human errors. Then the other thing is, there are a lot of known unpatched vulnerabilities in the cloud. And so if I go to my customers and we look at some dashboards, it's amazing how many vulnerabilities are out there. But sometimes they don't know what to patch anymore, because there are so many vulnerabilities, and a lot of these vulnerabilities, it's also not that bad. If you have a server which has a vulnerability and it's not directly internet facing, then maybe it isn't a problem yet. And then they feel like, oh, I don't have to fix it. The other thing from a lot of these logos are identity and access management issues. Multi-factor authentication is a technology that exists for a long time, but not everybody uses it in the correct way. Or they have MFA solutions that can be still intercepted. Another issue that a lot of enterprise companies face is the use of shadow IT, this shadow cloud solutions. Because it's super easy to just Google something, you find a nice application and you start using it. But what if you also start using enterprise data in there? Then before we also, during the main track, the guy over there talks about ransomware attacks. Well, these ransomware groups also discovered, hey, there's now a lot of interesting data in the cloud. So ransomware groups also start attacking the clouds on a more frequent basis. The other issue is compliance. Just because you can use something doesn't mean that you are allowed to do it. So that's also, especially in Europe, we have very complicated laws across different countries. And then you really have to think about what are you allowed to use. I also work, for instance, with a lot of large banks that also operate, for instance, in Germany. But in Germany, some of the controls that they do in, for instance, the Netherlands, they are not allowed to put those things also in the cloud in Germany. But you have to think about these things up front. But it's complicated. Then you also have the risks of insiders arising, also more in the cloud. Then you have the use of insecure APIs, because a lot of cloud things communicate with each other. You have supply chain risks, because you use so many different technologies. If something breaks there, then that can have big results also on other elements. And last but not least, the rise of AI also empowers the rise of AI-powered attacks. That's also becoming a problem for the cloud. So then if I look at this list and I look back into the time when I was still working on premise, then I feel like, am I really more secure? There's a lot of things that I need to think about to make the cloud secure. And so who should actually fix this then? And maybe also to take one step back, like, is this problem then becoming smaller? No, it's only becoming bigger, right? A lot of companies have now started to adopt generative AI. They also use generative AI now to produce new applications. So also the speed of new applications popping up in the cloud, it's expanding. And you also see that in the security, that the rise of cloud security attacks it's crazy. It's really on a yearly basis, it's growing. And one of the issues there is also that you have a lot of these different security vendors that really focus on specific elements, and then at the end you have to tie everything together again. Because the attackers nowadays, they are really smart, so they also know that you have different tools. And we also still work in silos. And so then, but then again, who should fix it then? And so let's maybe go back to the responsibility model. Is there anybody in the room that hasn't seen this before? There are a few people that haven't seen this before. So basically what the responsibility matrix says is who's responsible for certain elements of your cloud applications. So when you were still on-premise, you were responsible for the physical layer, for the application layer, and also for the usage layer. And if you go all the way up to software as a service, then most of the things are taken care of by the cloud provider, but not everything. So a customer is still always responsible for the usage layer. Also about the data that's in there, to make sure that the right accounts are in there, but also to make sure that the controls that you have in the applications, the configuration, that is set up in the correct way. And then in the middle you have a platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, where with infrastructure as a service, companies like Microsoft, they take responsibility for the physical aspect, and the rest you have to do yourself. And with platform as a service, it's really a mixture. Some of the things customers have to do themselves, and some of the things Microsoft or Amazon, Google have to take care of it. But a lot of people, they forget about this. They think, oh, I do something in the cloud, so Microsoft, they say, yeah, but I bought a PaaS service from you, so it's secure, right? Then I'm saying, no, it can be secure, but you still have to set it up in the correct way so that still hackers cannot come in. So then maybe to go one step deeper into this. So how to then secure the use of SaaS applications, so software as a service. So the first thing is, as a company, you really need to understand what SaaS applications are my users using. And now, with the rise of generative AI, you really have to think about these things fast, because users really want to adopt new technology. When I was a security officer back in the days, this picture shows how much time it takes before 100 million users on the planet start to adopt a certain technology. For smartphones, it took 17 years or 16 years before 100 million users on the planet started to use the mobile phones. So when I worked at that company back in the days, we took almost 1 year to select all of the security controls to allow smartphones in the company. If you then look at, for instance, ChatGPT, it took 2 months before 100 million users on the planet started to adopt that technology. So as an enterprise company, you don't have a whole year to think about, do I allow it, do I don't allow it? No, you have to act fast. You really have to think about it. Do I want this application to be used by my users, yes or no? And there are a lot of tools out there from Microsoft, but also from a lot of other vendors that can help you to do this, that can really help you to assess what are your users using, and then you can put some governance control on it. Do you allow it, do you block it, or do you allow it with certain controls in it? And with this, it is super important and critical to really focus on the data. What is the data that you want to protect? And in order to do this, you first need to know what is the data that your company is using and what is critical data for you. And then you have to put controls like information protection, encryption, and data loss prevention policies on it. And what you also shouldn't forget is that you also need to govern your data. If your data is not needed anymore, maybe throw it away. And sometimes you have to keep data because of regulatory reasons, etc. But you really need to think about these things because they can also be used in SaaS applications. And with software as a service, you also shouldn't forget that your SaaS applications might be communicating with each other. During the key talk from Rob, he also talked about the rise of agentic AI, agents doing a booking for you, for instance. Well, your agents might also be talking to other agents, and you need to think about these things. And there are also a lot of ways in which you can do that. So that's just on a very high level what you can do to secure your SaaS applications. But then what about your PaaS and IaaS applications? So the things that you will put in your Amazon, Google, or Microsoft cloud. So the biggest challenge here is, and I talk to a lot of these companies, is really the silos in the company. Because then I ask a company, for instance, to the security people, so who's responsible for cloud security? And then they say, well, that's the cloud platform team. And then I ask the cloud platform team, so who's responsible then for security? Well, the developers, they have their own subscriptions and they are responsible for it. And then I ask the developers, so are you taking care of security? Then they say, yeah, if they want us to implement security controls, then the security people should tell me. And then in the end, I'm like, okay, so nobody is taking care of security. Let's take a look into your cloud estate. And then we actually see that a lot of things are wrong. And then I'm just so happy for these companies that they haven't been hacked yet, or maybe the hackers are super smart because they know that they have access to a lot of data and they will just not tell anybody about it yet. So one of the things to overcome this silos is to really collaborate with each other and really work on the idea of a secure landing zone. Does anybody know about secure landing zones already? I see some hands. Not everybody. So with a secure landing zone, it's just also what you have on the airport. What you have is you have a watchtower, you have an airport, and some things are arranged for instance, with Schiphol, you have the luggage carriers, etc. So that is arranged for everything, for everybody. And then the pilot itself still has some room to do certain things as long as he lands on a certain landing platform. And this is also what you can do in the cloud. What you then do with creating landing zones is that you really think about what do you arrange in the platform and what can you arrange on the application layer. And if you are designing these secure landing zones, then you really have a lot of different topics where you talk about. And these topics, they are true for Microsoft, but also for the other big cloud vendors out there. And from a security aspect, it is really important to think about identity and access management, how you will do your networking, and how you will set up your security. And what you will then end up with is something like this, which looks a bit complicated. But what it does in here is that it has certain aspects that it's already arranged by the platform. And that is really related to your security, to your identity, etc., etc. And what you then have in the end is that you have certain elements that are arranged by the platform. And then within that place, you get specific zones for applications where they can deploy their applications. But the boundaries are already controlled by the platform itself in collaborations with the security team, cloud platform team, and DevOps teams. And then if you would zoom into one of these applications, for instance, then the application itself has a lot of controls that it can do, but already some other elements like identity and access management, but also policy enforcement, etc., is done through the central platform. And so in the platform, you can already say, for instance, I will never allow a storage account to be publicly accessible through the internet. These are really the controls that you can set from a platform level, and then there's no application that can overrule this without getting an exception first. And this is really what helps you to set, okay, these are the boundaries, this is your safe landing zone, and then you can continue. But then still, that application also needs to come to the cloud. And so you have your secure code to cloud principles. And here the first step, of course, is that when a developer, when he or she is coding, that it is continuously triggered by, okay, there are vulnerabilities in your code. You should fix this. Because you don't want to start with applications that already have known vulnerabilities before it's deployed to the cloud. Once the application is done, then you also need to make sure that you also control your pipelines. So pipelines are ways into how you can deploy certain applications towards your cloud platform, but you really need to have the right controls for this in place. So who can make, for instance, changes to your code base? Who can deploy things to your cloud? Because you don't want that anything is just deployed to your cloud environment. But you really need to think about these things when you are deploying things to the cloud. And then once everything is then in the cloud, you also need to have runtime protection. And so I sometimes say, okay, this is like a diaper for your cloud, because you just know that things will happen, right? I have a 4-year-old, and so I know about sometimes you just, although he can do things by himself, he still needs this. And this is also what you really need in the cloud, because new vulnerabilities are exposed on a daily basis. People make misconfigurations, etc., etc. So you really need to have that runtime protection. And you have a lot of different flavors for this. You have things that can defend your servers, your APIs, your containers, your secrets, etc., etc. And you need all of these things to make sure that if something happens to your cloud environment, that you have a layer of protection before things really go wrong. And of course, you also need to have as security monitoring in the cloud that collects all of this information from all of your different runtime protection things, your identity and access management systems, but also the status of everything so that you can monitor it by, for instance, a SIEM that can be Sentinel, Splunk, or whatever, because you really need to control everything that's happening in the cloud. And what I see now happening as a new trend, what I think is really good, is that we are now going to a more shift-left approach. Instead of focusing on everything that can go wrong, is that we go one step where we really make the shift left and really look into continuously threat and exposure management. So the picture here, it's just an example of how Microsoft implemented it. But the idea here is that instead of looking into all of the different cloud vulnerabilities that are out there, is that you really tie everything together. So you also look into what your users are doing, what's happening in your mails, etc., what's happening in your cloud. And then what you get is an attack path of how an attacker could potentially breach, for instance, your storage account. Because in most cloud environments, if you look at the list of vulnerabilities, the list is so long, nobody feels like I should fix this anymore. But then if you really can see what is the attack path an attacker can do to get access to certain elements, then you know what are then exactly the threats where you need to focus on. So you really get things like choke points, etc. So you know, okay, if I fix these servers, if I fix this identity, then I become more secure. Because then you can really focus on what are the actual risks instead of just focusing on compliance, like just patching because you need to patch. Of course you need to patch, but with this you really get insights into what can an attacker do and fix it before an attacker actually does this and you need that diaper, so to say. And just an example of this is, for instance, you get an attack path where as some servers are exposed to the internet, there are some vulnerabilities on there, and then you know, okay, from there, that person on that server, there is an identity that can log into a different VM, and from that VM, there's a secret stored where you can go to that storage, and because you put everything in the system, you also know that there's personal identifiable information on there. And because you know this attack path exists, you also know exactly what do I need to do to fix it. So then we come to the key takeaways, because I know that I gave you a very high-level overview of everything that's happening around the cloud. But I think the first thing you really need to remember is that cloud security, it is really a team sport. You can't just run it from a security team. You can't just run it from a cloud team. You can't run it from a DevOps team. You really need to collaborate each other, because the cloud is now so complex. There are so many different capabilities and possibilities in there. There's no way that one team knows everything. So you really need to work together to really set the boundaries together, for instance, in that secure landing zone. The second part is really, governance is really key. So for instance, when it comes down to SaaS applications, you really need to govern which applications can be used, which applications can't be used. But also for your PaaS and your IaaS, you really have to have the policies in place that you really want people to follow. What are really the boundaries? What are really the lines where you say, okay, this can never happen in my environment, and then you can really enforce that through it. But then you need to know what is the governance layer. Who has the actual say in this? Is this the security team, the cloud team, or in the ideal situation, it's a combined effort. Then also cloud security, it is really a continuous process. I still see too many times at my customers that they say, yeah, we have a cloud security project. And then I ask, okay, and how long will that project last? Yeah, there will be some consultants, and they will run it for 6 months. They will fix it. But then what are you going to do afterwards? There are new threats out there every day. So you really need to reevaluate everything on a continuous basis. And I think, really, security is really the most exciting field to be in, because I started, what I said, I started 15 years ago. The principles of security, they stayed always the same. How to protect your data, what about confidentiality, integrity, and availability. But then all the technology that you now need to secure has changed. So I really get to learn on a daily basis, and yeah, I really enjoy that. So that was my talk, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
So thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very nice to listen to you. I have a question regarding the attack path that you have shown in the last slide. So I would like to know which kind of tool you are using for this, and if these are really reliable, because that seems quite complex, you know, to identify complete attack paths in a cloud infrastructure that can have thousands of resources, storage accounts, and VMs, and so on. So that looks very complex, and for me that means that I'm not sure about the reliability of the existing tools to really show you a complete attack path without any error, for example.
Yeah,
Thank
well, you. It is a super good question. Yeah? So I think that I will just answer now from a Microsoft point of view, because that's the product that I know the best. This was one of the most difficult things that we did over the last years, because we really had to change our entire layer, how we stored our security-related data. Because in the past, everything was stored more like tables, and it's super difficult to correlate all of these tables together. So we really changed the entire infrastructure on which we store data to a graph-based database. And so the tool that I've just showed, it is CSPM, so that's Cloud Security Posture Management, in combination with exposure management. And yes, it is super difficult to get all of this together. And I think that this is also one of the challenges why it can sometimes be so tricky when you have a lot of different security products that you are utilizing, because then it's super difficult to correlate them back towards each other. So what we do with Microsoft Exposure Management, there we also make sure that you can import data from different vendors. It's not possible with all of the vendors out there because it's not an open API, but we are making efforts to include more and more vendors in there. But really making sure that you have the right data, deduplicating, etc. It's really a difficult process, and I think now we have like the first version of it, and it's getting improved quite fast.
Anybody else have a question? Okay, I guess it's time for lunch.
I don't think this one does not. Hello. Okay, are you ready? You're ready? Okay. Is everyone ready? Now full? Excited for the second half of the day? Yes? Show, please, how excited you are, and especially for the next talk. Yeah. Okay, that's not really really strong excitement, but well, sure. So I'm very excited about our next talk. It actually was one of the talks that was really memorable to the whole CFP committee. So, and it's something that would probably speak to a lot of people in the audience, simply because they want to understand, they want to explain what they do to their kids. And I guess that's sometimes very challenging when you work in security to actually be able to translate that to someone who doesn't understand any principles. So, and we're going to talk this time about Kubernetes, which is a bit, indeed, kind of gray area for a lot of people. And Lars here is going to present it to you in a very approachable way. So please give a round of applause to our next speaker, Lars Lefebvre.
Nice. Hello. All right, that puts some pressure on. I'll tell you that. Good. Well, welcome everybody. Still a lot of people here, so that's always nice to see. See the interest in Kubernetes security, or you've chosen the wrong room. It's either one of the two. Anyhow, I'll be talking about what I tell my kids about Kubernetes security. It's not like your standard conference talk. I'm well aware of that. But the origin and the idea kind of becomes, it has a story attached to it. So, let's see, it's like a normal Monday that you get to work, the normal day-to-day, sometimes boring stuff, like team meetings, yada, yada, yada. But let's say in the afternoon, you got a little security incident. Not too bad. But you have to do some investigation, write up a post-mortem. Yeah, nothing too special. It's all fixed. It's all done. You get home, put in some slow-cooked meat, make some dinner for the family. All nice, all nice. And then the conversation comes up. You're at the dining table with the kids and the wife or the mister. And then the conversation came up like, how was work? And I'm sure many of you can relate to that. How was work? And you start talking the normal stuff, team meetings, stand-up, blah, blah, blah. But in the afternoon, we had a little security incident where we detected some malicious activity in one of our pods, one of our containers. It was connecting to a C2 server. It was really weird traffic. So we adapted some egress rules to close off the connection. Then we exported the logs we investigated into our analytics platform. And you're so passionate talking about it, and you're looking up, and you're looking at your wife, and she's like, what? And you're looking at your kids, and they're already falling asleep, and then, you kind of have a problem, or your message is not being, delivered very well, right? So that's my main point, is how do you take such I'll call it complex, you can make it even more complex, obviously, such a complex technology and try to explain the security concepts. I will not explain them all, there are just too many, in a very approachable and in a very understandable way using everyday analogies. So that's the main purpose. Yeah, that needs to be turned on. A little bit about myself. I come from the south of the Netherlands, the country of the good chocolate. I do love everything that relates to cloud security, application security. So I really do have a passion for that. I do cloud security at ING. So mainly working on the GCP stack, on the Azure stack, doing some security stuff over there. If I'm not behind my computer doing weird stuff, I tend to play the low notes on my bass from time to time. Do some sports as well, paddle, tennis. And if I don't sleep at night, I watch NBA games. That's the main gist of things. Good. Every story starts with once upon a time, don't it? So what we'll do is we'll take the whole Kubernetes concept and we'll relate it to a city, right? We can see like the Kubernetes, the cluster itself, as a city, right? So we'll enter in Kubetown. Kubetown is a little inspired by Amsterdam, I'll tell you that. It has the beautiful canals, it has the bridges. It doesn't have any bikes in the canals, as far as we cannot see that. So that's a good thing. In Kubetown, you have a couple of things. Like you have the city hall, right, where the mayor resides. Some other things are in there as well. You have the city records, yeah, the archiving of the city is stored there. We have, Kubetown is all about apartments. We don't do houses, so it's really inspired by Amsterdam. It's all apartment blocks and apartments itself. So if you see very well on the picture, the Kubernetes concepts are like highlighted very small. So keep them in mind. Memorize them, if you will. So we have apartments, which are pods. We have namespaces, which are like logically separated like pieces across nodes. We have the apartment blocks. We have traffic signs. Yeah, where do we need to ride with our bikes? Where do we need to stop? We have the lights. So that's basically, Kubetown. Now what we're going to do is, I selected a couple of scenarios, like security-wise scenarios, and how we can abuse our city. How can we break stuff in our city, right? So we're going to look at abuse cases of our city, and then we are going to check how can we fix that, right? The first scenario we have is our lovely Suzanne drives a little bike. Suzanne is not a citizen. She doesn't live in Kubetown. She's from somewhere else, like Groningen or Rotterdam. But our city hall is publicly available, right? You can just take the bike, drive towards our city hall. No big deal, no gates, no anything else. She goes to the city hall and says, hey, I want to request an apartment block in Kubetown, right? How does that look? Technically speaking, it looks like this, right? You have a curl request, you call the endpoint, like the API server of Kubernetes, which is the city hall of Kubetown. You say like, hey, I want to do this and this, deployment, yada, 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 some namespace, some names, some properties attached to it, right? So that's what Suzanne does. What's the response you get? The response you get is, sorry, Suzanne, it's not going to work, right? Why is that? It's forbidden. You're in the user group system unauthenticated. Translated means you cannot do that, right? You're not part of Kubetown, get out. It's a very greedy city. Only people inside of the city can do that. What are the lessons we're learning from that is, well, first of all, don't make your city hall publicly available, right? Make it only available for the people living inside of your city. Like, only allow requests coming from people inside of the city. So we can build a gate, hire guards to strictly build gates and guardrails and all that kind of stuff. In technical terms, that basically means don't expose your Kubernetes API to the internet, right? Good. It's a little warm-up. It was an easy one, right? The others are going to be harder. Scenario number 2, right? Our friend Thomas here, he lives in the apartment. So recall, apartments are pods. He lives in the apartment. He's a curious guy. What does curious people do? They look around, see, what's in there. What does he find? He finds like a little wall where if you scratch a little things away, he finds a hatch towards the building utilities, of the apartment block itself, with the electricity, casket, with the blueprints of the building. They got all kinds of nasty, information, right? Some things you don't want apartment owners, to see it, right? So in terms, you could say that the apartment itself is misconfigured, right? It shouldn't be. All walls should be properly closed. It should be isolated from the building utility services, right? How does that look like in technical terms? There are multiple ways on how you can misconfigure your pod or deployment. Deployment is just multiple pods, basically. First of all, that's this one. That's like, if you need to name the most famous misconfiguration, it's probably this one. Arguably, I mean, up to discussion, obviously. It's security context, privileged flag set to true. What does that mean is you have the whole like isolation thing of containers, like they run on their own, they're like a little box that's purely isolated. If you set this flag to true, you can throw all your isolation concepts out of the wall. It basically means that your pod, your container, runs on the underlying host itself, right? So that's a very dangerous property to set. The good thing, it's not all bad in security. The good thing, it's not true by default. So it's false by default. You have to explicitly enable it to do stupid things, right? That's the main gist of things, right? We have the security content. Then we have host network, host PID, host IPC. Difficult terms. The good thing about this as well, it's not set to true, by default. It's also like false. So if you just don't do anything, it's fine. What do those things mean? A host network, that basically means that your pod that runs on the underlying host can sniff network traffic from all the underlying, all the services running on that host, which may not be ideal in some cases. You have the host PID, which means host process ID, which means that pods, apartments running on the underlying host can expect processes running on that underlying host. For some use cases, it may be useful. For most, it doesn't, right? And then you have the host IPC, which stands for inter-process communication. That means it can expect things like shared memory and all that kind of stuff. It goes a little bit too deep, I'm aware. But the main gist is, if you don't need this, just keep off, right? Don't do this. Next one, right? Security people, if you tell them the word like root, they're always like, what? Containers also have root, obviously, right? And there are multiple layers to it. One of the layers is, well, in order to build your container image, you need a thing called a Docker file, right? Then you specify some parameters, yada, yada, yada. And there you can, if you don't specify anything, your container mostly runs just as a root, right? So if you specify a certain user that is not 0, you explicitly set in the Docker file to not run as root. But if you then move to the manifest itself, so this file is used for deployment purposes, there you also have a couple of properties. And I find the first one very confusing. It's like run as non-root. Yeah, what does that really mean? So run as non-root set to true means that even though, let's say, in your Docker file you said you can run as root, it's all fine. If you specify this as true, and there's a mismatch. Here you say hey, run as root. Here you say, don't run as root. So your container will just not start, right? So make sure in your Docker file to put in a user, or there are other ways to do it as well. Specify it here to run as non-root as true, or you can just specify a user here as well. That is, best practice, obviously, to not enable root user. There are cases, obviously, where you need to do that, right? So it's not like the silver bullet, no root, no root. There are cases, like if you deploy security monitoring tools, there are cases where you need to do this. But, validate them on a use case per use case, right? So this is also a misconfiguration, or a possible misconfiguration, right? Another thing, then we're talking about volume mounts, right? And that's a very dangerous one, and I'll show you in the demo as well how this works. This one in combination with the privileged flag true, the famous one, yeah, that's a very dangerous one. What does this mean is, since the privileged flag is set to true, it runs on the underlying host, right? The apartment is just part of the entire building block. But if you specify this, you basically specify the whole file system, so everything juicy of the apartment block itself, mounted to my pod. So if you do like just backslash, basically means, you know, the whole shebang, mounted to my pod under the pod/host. So all the juicy information of my apartment block has been like lifted and shifted into my apartment itself, where I can just, you know, easily inspect all that juicy information, which is not ideal, but that's in combination with the privileged flag on true. Good. All those misconfigurations, nasty things. How do we find a solution for that, right? We can teach the guard at the city hall to determine, let's say, some people request an apartment or anything else. We can set up like requirements, call it even a legislation if you want to, it's up to you, to say like you need to meet these requirements if you want to build an apartment. If you don't 100% meet your requirements, well, you know, come again later, right? How can we do that? In technical terms, you have multiple things, but one of the important things is pod security standards. They come in different flavors, like more strict, less strict, how you can apply it, how you can enforce that. You have tools like Kyverno. Who heard of Kyverno? Whoa, some people, nice. You have Open Policy Agent. I think more people heard of Open Policy Agent. You can use those admission controllers to set that legislation, to set those rules. If they apply, if they say like, hey, I want to make a resource, you know, what are the rules you should comply with? What are the properties you can or you cannot set, right? That's it for scenario number 2. You're all still with me? Right, nodding faces, nice. Good. Scenario number 3. We're talking access control. Good. The mayor of our city, of Cube Town, he holds like a golden key, like very famous, you know, everybody really wants the key because it can open every door, whether it's the apartment itself, whether it's the entire apartment block, whether, you know, you can even, with the key, don't ask me how, but you can change like the traffic lights, you know, a strange key. You can do multiple things with it, right? Obviously, we're talking about access control, right? So somebody stole the key, he's able to do basically everything, right, on the cluster. Then we're talking about access control in Kubernetes, and we have a couple of concepts that are very important to understand. The first one, sorry. The first one is a role, right? And the role by itself is just a role definition. So what's in the properties here, you have the kind is a role, you give it a name, like pod reader, namespace, I'll talk about namespaces later. But in the rules, you basically say like, I get some verbs, like get, list, watch. Those are like the actions you can do on a specific resource. So with this role, you can get, list, and watch pods, right? It's just the role definition, right? You're nothing with the role definition. So what you do with the role, you assign it to something, right? And that's when a role binding comes into play. So a role binding is you take the role definition, you take like a principal, whether it's a service account, a user, or a group, it doesn't really matter, and you like combine those two together, and you get a role binding. So here we specify the role binding, give it a name as well. We've chosen for a service account, which is the most common use case, I would say, and we link the specific role we just created, right? Roles and role bindings are namespaced objects. Like namespaced object, what the hell is that? Remember the image of my town, right? There was one layer across 2 buildings, right? That was a namespace. A namespace is basically a logically separated, like, I'm gonna call it a box, but logically separated like area where pods can live in, right? So in the image in our cube town, we have like floor number 1. It's just like logically separated. They can run on different apartments, but it's like, you know, a piece of their own, basically. So roles and role bindings can only apply on a namespace level in that particular like logically separated box. If you say like, oh, I don't really care about namespaces, I want to do it for the entire cluster, for the full shebang, then cluster roles come into play, right? Cluster roles, basically the same principle as normal roles, only it's on cluster level. Well, it doesn't inherently always is the case, but I'll leave that for now. Here I have a cluster role called full-blown admin. Same things apply. We have resources, we have verbs, right? Since we're all security folks, star, that's all good news. That's basically everything, right? In security terms. So this role is just like, you know, that's the golden key we talked about. It's just, you have access to everything, you know, go loose. With a cluster role, you obviously have a cluster role binding, like the same where you have like the role and the role binding. You have the cluster role that binds to a certain principle. So the principle is the same. We have the full-blown admin binding here that binds a service account to a cluster role. Hard question. Why is the namespace here? Because cluster roles are on the cluster level. You know, think it through. Think it through. All right, resolution, you know, yeah, it's basically access control 101. You know, principle of least privilege. Don't have like one big golden key that does everything. Like make very fine-grained keys for each individual purpose on its own. And don't do stupid things based on access control. It's as simple as that. It doesn't always have to be hard, you know. Good. Last one. I'm most excited about that one. It's my favorite scenario. And we've all been there, I'm pretty sure. Like you have some chores to do at your home or at your city. Well, you do, you know, I have those hands, I cannot do, you know, much. So I call someone to do it for me, right? Some plumber or some electrician. So hey, you can fix my electricity, you know, it's crap, you know, you can fix it. But, you know, those people are most of the time, same as IT, in high demand. So they respond like, yeah, I can come, but it will take like, yeah, one year. I'm like, yeah, dude, I cannot wait 1 year, you know, to put on my heating. So what I do is I go on the interwebs, obviously. I start looking for like, electricity people or plumbing people, depending on what I need. Search it in Google. First hit I got is like, it's advertised. So that basically means it's always good, you know. If it's advertised, it's probably always good. That's not the case, by the way. They're called the super speed plumbers. That's good. I need plumbers in my city. Give them a call. They come in. You may already expect it. Super speed plumbers are not like the best plumbers in the world. You know, they're like nasty. They have other plans as well, right? So what are we talking about here? We're talking about supply chain attacks, right? And this is like a little deployment YAML, and I'll challenge you to search for the mistake. Microsoft. It's not Microsoft. It's Microsoft, right? There's like a little typo in between. So it's maybe because you're sitting so close that you see it. But that's something to be very cautious of. And there are like a whole plethora of supply chain attacks nowadays. But that's just one example. As you know, be very cautious of like what container image you pour in, right? Check the integrity of check how it's built from where it comes. Right? You have like multiple frameworks for that. One of the things I'm most excited about is the SLSA, SLSA, supply chain levels for software artifacts. It's amazing. You know, search it, go for it. That really shows you how you can guard against those type of threats. This is just like one simple example, but it's to make a point, right? If you just like copy paste or the whole software supply chain is you can make like a conference on its own on that particular topic. But the main idea here is what we want to do to resolve this is we should have like a trusted list of like suppliers that come in, right? We should make like, I'm here again with my legislation. I'm sorry for that. We should make like a legislation that says like, you know, we have a list, like an approved list of what container images we can use, what suppliers we can get from our chores in our city, right? We can set up whatever you want, like a proxy server that can pull in, and we can inspect those type of things for what's in there. So we should have that trusted list of container images that we can pour in. Next to that, if they come into our city, we should inspect their toolbox, because there may be like nasty devices in there. You know, you never know, which basically like means, you know, check where the container image comes from, where it was built, and do like, you know, vulnerability scanning on your container images as well. See if there's like anything like nasty popping up that you don't want in your production environments, right? So that's mainly like resolution number 4. Good? Still entertained? Now you may ask yourself, like, yeah, all good and well, Lars, nice stories, but how do we make sure, how do we validate that those security controls that we discussed, like briefly discussed, are in place into our, you know, current environments? How do we test it? You know, because it's good to know the theory, obviously, but without like proper validation or like security testing, we don't really know, right? And that's where a tool we built, the one that built is Hacking the Planet up there, made. It's called KATE. It stands for Kubernetes Auto Exploitation Tool. And that's like the main diagram. So what it can do is it's mainly used to run in non-privileged or non-like accessible environments, right? So what it can do is it takes like service account tokens, it takes like access tokens, it takes user principals, and it validates what that particular like access token can do. Because nowadays, you know, basically every attack in the cloud starts with like identity, whether it's a compromised service account, whether it's a compromised user account, you know, basically everything starts with identity or software supply chain, you know, you can choose. So it takes a service account key, it uses that to enumerate all the privileges and all the permissions that it has, and it has like, the tool has like pre-baked in attacks that it executes based on what roles it has. It's very nice, I'll show you. The good thing is it's compatible with every CSP. You know, why is that? Because it runs on Kubernetes. So it's Kubernetes native. That's the only buzzword I'll use, sorry. So it's Kubernetes native. So whether you want to run on AKS, on EKS, on GKE, on your on-prem Kubernetes, it doesn't really matter. It's applicable to all environments, right? Good. What's part of the whole setup? So if you clone our repository on GitHub, which I advise you to do if you have an interest, there is a whole demo setup attached to it. This is the demo setup. Where it comes from is it was set up for like a hacking conference in Poland a 1 year ago, 2 years ago. And the main idea was they had to exploit or pen test this by hand. Right? They have a nice website, a nice UI, where they had to find like a command injection vulnerability. They had to like privilege. They had to go into the SAM pod. Then they had to like discover, oh, the SAM pod that has like exceeded permissions that can do nasty stuff. On a different pod, they had to move laterally. So there was quite the attack chain that they had to complete. And that's why he made this full autonomously. That with the tool, this whole attack chain can be like gone, and KATE itself does the exploitation of this automagically, right? Good. A little demo, like how it works. Demo gods. Boop. Alrighty, that's a little small, I suppose. Cool, what I have here, already like pre-installed because of like internet issues. Our cluster, if you want to play around with Kubernetes, just for the fun of it, there is a thing called kind. Any people know kind? Yeah, the same that know in Kyverno, nice. Kind stands for Kubernetes and Docker, so it's not a very gentle thing. Well, maybe it is, but it's just like Kubernetes that you can run locally on your PC, play around. It doesn't matter if you do stupid things, just delete and rebuild, because the whole thing of Kubernetes is that it's declarative, everything should be in code. So that's the whole thing. So what I have here, I have the jackpot. That's like basically my end goal. I have the Frodo pod in the namespace prod, and I have the Sam pod in the prod namespace. Good. I'll just, because I don't know them by hand. How a normal like pen test would happen is they go inside of the SAM pod, they exec into it, so they are inside of the container, and from there on it's like lay of the land, as they say. You don't have anything, you just need to start playing and see where you end up. So in order to run Kate, you'll need a service account token, so basically like a user principal, because you need some identity to test on. So what I did here is I exec'd into the SAM pod, went to that particular file to obtain the token where my pod is running from. Good. Then I need the API server. All right, this is just basically the address of my city hall, basically. And then I run Kate. See, nice logo. You have a couple of properties here. So what I'll do is Kate/u for the URL. I now know how it feels when 100 people are looking at your screen. -T for token. All right, /k. Good. It's starting doing stuff. Right? All very nice, all very fancy. So it's basically like iterating over. So it takes that service account key, it takes that service account token. It looks like, what permissions do I have, right? When we talk about access control, those roles, those role bindings, those cluster roles, those cluster role bindings, those are the things it's looking for. Like, what can I do? That's basically like every attacker's mindset. When you enter somewhere, it's like, what can I do? You look around. You start looking around. What permissions do I have? How can I, start escalating, start moving laterally, start doing, nasty and crazy stuff, right? It does take some time. I'm not sure it will work because it's for the exploit to work. It needs to, well, it's basically written here. It needs to create a pod, and how you create a pod is, you take a certain container image from somewhere, and since my internet is not very well, I'm not sure if it will, get the image. But anyhow, you get the ID. I can show you a pre-built recording as well. So here it all does, for the people that are deep in the weeds of Kubernetes, it does self-subject reviews, to get those permissions, to get those things on how to escalate. I'm not sure if it will work. Let me validate. I was right? It's container creating, but it really takes a while because the internet is not at least on my PC. So it found an attack path that it has the permission to create a malicious pod. So it's starting to create a malicious pod here. And that pod will have a very nasty configuration. You remember the privileged flag to true in combination with the volume mount. Right? You remember? Good. So it will have that particular combination. So it will be able to access things from the underlying host. That's our end game. That's where we want to be. Right, it's still in creating phase. I'll just switch to recording. It's always good to have a backup plan. So that's where we were. Running Kate itself. No valid exploits found. Exploitation, starting exploiting resource. Pod create. All right, here you see my malicious pod has been created. So I see Kate I'm on for the screen. Kate malicious has been created here. So here it is running. I do kubectl exec. I try to go inside of that pod to see if the particular volume mount with the proper misconfigurations in place is mounted into that malicious pod. So ideally, if I go inside of the pod, I should see the file system of the host where I'm running on. So I'm in. I go to cd/host at etc Kubernetes, and there I can access the kubelet conf. I'll spare you the details, but the kubelet, that is something that runs on the node, on the host itself. So from the pod on, I should not be able to access that. So my exploit worked, which is nice. Didn't work in real life, but it worked in the recording. Good? All right, well, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome.
If you want to
Thank
supply.
you so much for your presentation. Maybe we'll have 2 minutes left, so if you have any questions. Does anyone have questions? Yep.
So first of all, thank you very much. It was a really great presentation, and thanks for giving a framework for how to talk to my 20-week son about
You're
containers
welcome.
one day. Really appreciate it. First question is, do you intend to show that demo to your kids as well, and how smart are your kids?
Well, the whole thing, I'm going to burst a bubble here. I don't have any kids yet.
That explains quite a bit.
So that's the whole thing. But when they become alive, I'll tell them.
Awesome. Okay, so the actual question. I believe I've read that about 60 up to 90% of the software running in a container is unused, never loaded into memory, meaning that we have a majorly expanded attack surface with no use. I'd love to hear you opine a little bit about that, if you could.
But come again? I'm not sure I fully understood the question.
So the components, you mentioned Salsa for a quick time there, with software supply chain.
Yeah.
About 60 to 90% of the components within containers never get loaded into memory, are never used at runtime. So I'd love to hear a little bit of your thoughts just around that. And I'm sorry if I opened a can of worms.
You opened a can of worms. Congratulations on that. Well, first of all, it is true. You know, a lot of things that reside in container images are never used or never loaded into the real runtime. How you could, and that's we're not going to fix that problem overnight, far from. But my suggestion would be, is you have so many I won't mention any commercial players, but base images that are so stripped down to what you actually need, instead of using RHEL 8 or Debian the big like tractors basically as a base image for your container. So what I would suggest is really strip down on base image to make your container image, because there you already like lower attack surface for like 70% basically, and then really install, whether it's in your doc file or somewhere else, like the components that you really need. And that way you're limiting kind of like the attack surface either way from like noisy vulnerability scanners or whatever. But you open the can of worms. It's not like a problem that will solve overnight. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Maybe one other question. Yep, we're good. Okay, perfect. Please give a round of applause to Lars.
put in jest, and I realized that could have been AI. I don't know if it was for a fact, but then I made him realize, should I put AI as a decision maker for anything? It's just for now, I don't think it's a good idea. So we use it for basically getting insights. And for that alone is already extremely powerful, right? So yeah, make sure you look at that as well.
AI is an assistant, right? So it's something that helps you realize something quicker. Vibe coding, anyone? Right? So it goes quicker. Yeah, there needs to be a human in the loop at one point or another to make that decision or not. I absolutely agree.
I do think, yes, AI is an assistant. I guarantee you all of your developers are looking at agentic AI in some form or another, and that's going to take off. And getting a handle on that, again, not stopping it, but really having the conversation and talking about it, because the analogy I used the other day was, imagine giving dozens of 4-year-olds like scissors and just letting them run around. Like, that's what you're doing with AI agents. They're just going to go around and start knocking on things and whacking on things, right? And they have access to everything. So getting a handle on that, helping developers understand what are the threats of agentic AI, what can they do, and then figuring out how to monitor and making sure that, you know, you don't have a bunch of 4-year-olds then creating more 4-year-olds and inviting more 4-year-olds over and giving them all scissors, right? So that is going to be a really important thing, because slowly but surely the human's going to come out of the loop, because people are going to say, oh, that worked, and I'm just going to let it run. And it's not going to work.
I wanted to complement what everyone said here with an aspect that I think we're not thinking about, which is the attacker side, right? It used to be that we had a little bit of a distinction of staked actors, you know, the more sophisticated threat actors, and then some interesting groups from here or there that were more sophisticated. Now it seems like everyone the same power. The types of attacks that we're seeing now are a lot more sophisticated. I was the other day talking to some people in cyber defense in our company, and I was discussing with them how to, you know, improve our filters for a lot of things that we have. Basically, I cannot talk about it right now, but what I heard from them is the level of attacks is a lot higher, and we can definitely see a lot of trends that the attacks are pretty similar because of AI, but they're not exactly the same. Sometimes they come from everywhere. There was one day that someone was trying to create many types of accounts at the Abraham website to pay for subscription and try to cancel it, and using AI to create many different accounts. We have many different emails with many different everything, like 100,000 accounts or something. And they were trying to very quickly on a runtime condition, trying to get the refund and then use that money before it was realized that they actually didn't pay for it. It was just how do you call it? I forgot the name of that, but in English, sorry. So they signal. Sorry. Yeah, it was a race condition, but they were trying to make it look like they paid, and then trying to get the money back quickly to then use that money quickly.
Frauding.
Yeah, it's fraud. Yeah, but I was trying to be more specific. But you're right. Yeah, exactly. But then what did we do? We realized that we already had the defenses in place because we had threat modeling, we had secure design from the start. So product security, or AppSec, what you want to call it, is a life cycle thing that you need to think about. So in AI, it's the same thing. Whenever you're going to start with AI, do the whole thing, you're going to find a lot of things. We had a situation also where we wanted to implement AI in a specific portion of a website, and then realized that a lot of queries were trying to get our AI to say stuff about Israel, Palestine, or other things, to make it look like Albert Heijn is making a statement. I'm very glad that we managed to escape that hell, but it could have been really, really bad, right? So attackers are also using it. Don't forget that. So if you don't, then you're going to be left behind.
That's actually the perfect intro to the next question, which is the most voted one on the QA with 12 people who really wanted you to share your war stories on how did you fail to secure your product in the past and what did you learn from it. Who wants to get started?
Oh dear, it's my own mistake. Just making a website for in PHP-based stuff way back when it was still 1.0 or something similar. And I just realized that I just opened everything up to the world. And within minutes, back then already, it was already gone. So it's not a real war story, it's just a stupid mistake, which most of them are.
well, you can give someone else to share their story.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm very young, so my day to make those mistakes is still coming. So be tuned.
I think I feel lucky. I don't think I was ever working somewhere that were hacked at that moment in any spectacular fashion or anything like that. I've had incidents of availability, like DDoS or DOS, that someone found a bug and realized that it could make our services stop, basically. It was not too bad, to be honest, but DDoS, yeah, a lot of companies. But that's not really the minefield that people are looking to make us walk through, right? To talk about, yeah. So nothing really to share, honestly, on that sense.
I do. So, and it's not, it wasn't me, and it wasn't, again, it was not a security vulnerability. It was a business logic issue that resulted in it wasn't a breach, so I'll just say it. So, the way that the website was set up at a previous retail company would say if they couldn't fetch the actual cost of the product, it would throw up $10,000. Just thinking that, because there was an assumption that, you know, if it's a pillow, nobody's going to pay $10,000 for a pillow. That business logic error didn't cause a breach. What it caused was a disinformation campaign that hit us pretty hard. We were accused of trafficking children in cabinets. We were not, by the way, and please don't go Google it without using an incognito browser, but the damage that can be done by not thinking through, and again, it wasn't a security vulnerability, it was just, the team was like, if we can't figure out what the price is, we'll just throw this up. Nobody will ever pay that. Nobody will believe that that's what it is, and we'll just see an error message. And it created, I have never spent so much time on the phone with the FBI in my entire life, and I really don't wish to do it again. So those are the kinds of little things that people don't really think about that from a product security standpoint, it wasn't really a security thing, but it caused a really big security problem. It led to people trying to DDoS us, people trying to break into warehouses to free the children that didn't exist. So it was a very long, it was a long week. So, and it still comes up every now and then. We were not, I promise.
If you want to hear real war stories, don't put us on the stage here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking a little.
That one's public. There are a whole bunch I can't talk about.
So
exactly.
You can come to them afterwards and ask them private. Well, also the 12 people who asked that question. And well, the next question is actually also reflects on what Leandro mentioned about hiring someone and make them grow within the company, because a lot of people also want to know how do you retain, grow, and support internal talent and careers, since product security needs both business and tech knowledge, making onboarding long and costly. It's also from Anonymous.
Yeah, so we actually have quite an intensive system with that. So there is the product security community where you can choose, if you're interested, just to join. And that's where you would get the basic information of how is a product secured or what is going on in the world right now. And besides that, there is a full track on how you can improve your product security skills. So it goes from awareness level on what is in the security development lifecycle to, at some point, you can become a representative, where in order to be that, you need to do certain workshops. Like you need to be able to hack the OWASP top 10. You need to know about embedded system securities. And from that moment on, you can grow onto a master and an expert level by engaging with other groups, for example, about quantum security, or do a project together with research. So in this way, a lot of training and a lot of group culture there is provided. And there's also a stage for it. So through this community, you can request to do a webinar. And you will have people that are interested in the same topic for a discussion, which can be anything from tooling to, hey, I have this new AI, let's try and social engineer it type of thing. So we do it through fun and training.
That's very nice. I honestly applaud what you have already. I think it's really cool. In my perspective, I noticed that a lot of the smaller teams, they have a little bit of a difficulty sometimes on mentoring more junior people. I think that that is the main difficulty. I think there's a little bit of a wall from junior to meteor when it comes to product security. I think it's difficult to reach that stage without some help. I think it is a difficult field. When it comes to knowledge, I think that is somewhat simple. You can get any type of engineer that is not a security engineer and then turn them into a security engineer. The security knowledge of it is, of course, difficult, but it's not that lengthy. You can definitely study it in a year or something like that, and you already become extremely useful. So that's one approach. You can take someone that is turning their career around and starting in security. I think there's a lot of people interested in security. I would advise you, give them a chance. These types of engineers, they're often the most passionate professionals you can get. Right one. And I also have people starting out in their first security role ever, that you see that they wanted to do this their whole life. And it was meant to be. So really take advantage of passion of people, in a good way, I should say. Take advantage of that, because passionate people will be the best teacher, passionate people will be the best coach or drivers. They will be your best allies for it. And when you're talking about knowledge again, it should be something that is a bit more organic in my view. So that's why I like also what Kees was talking about, because I believe in more organic knowledge, that you discuss it, that you talk to each other. I'm less of a believer in courses. I think courses are extremely important, certifications as well, but I would say that the core knowledge that you get in security is self-learned, self-taught perhaps, and a little bit discussed between the teams. So I would heavily advise, and also we've been having a lot of success with that, which is having our own security discussions. We talk about security principles, how do we do secure by design. We go over the OWASP frameworks that we have. We go over regulations. We go over all of these things together. Of course, sometimes it takes more time than we're expecting, especially with NIST 853, sorry. All of the bigger ones will take a lot of time, but I can definitely tell you from experience, it's worth it.
Just to add on that one, so I think as a leader, manager, whatever, I think it's always very, very nice to see people grow, right? So I think if you can manage that, if you can see that part, it's very, very rewarding. So for me, it is about embracing failure. So fail fast, extremely fast, learn fast. That's the key. Especially if you have people that are very passionate, love to question things, love to figure how things work, those are the best people to try and get. And those are mostly the very, very young people that are not working in security right now. Either from, I had one person that was working that had a cognitive science background. Oh my God, that's amazing. Especially if you put that part on security awareness and phishing and those type of parts. Oh, that would be fireworks. I can guarantee you it. So absolutely do that.
Yeah. I wanted to add to what you're saying. Something we did recently is we organized 2 events. One was one awareness level. So you have people from marketing coming in and asking questions, and you can see a little bit about who's security aware and who wants to know more. Then another thing we did is we put a very low barrier entrance workshop, which we called Capture the Flag, but it was basically, here's 3 hours of your time. Any level can do this, because we made sure it really starts from the beginning, and everybody and anybody is welcome. So we did that training, and at the end of the training, we explained, now if we sparked that security passion in you, which definitely happened with a few, please reach out, because we can help you expand further into it. And that definitely recruited quite some developers into the security side. It was really successful.
So we have 3 minutes left and more than 20 questions. So I think you have some time to ask them personally after the panel. So I'm going to pick maybe the last one, which is very interesting and maybe something Marty we've just discussed also together. So how do you scale a small ProdSec team to an organization with hundreds of developers?
To me?
Yeah. How do
you scale that?
Yeah. How do you scale that?
Oh, that's difficult. Yeah, if you
you want to go first?
No, go on. I'm thinking. As like I said, it's difficult. I just trying to wrap my head around it.
It's very difficult. So I can tell you from experience that what we've been doing actually, because our team, we have security functions in other parts of the organization, but we're starting a team also more specialized in this in our time. So it's a smaller team that needs to scale from the start, and it started with 3 people. It was very difficult to scale with 3 people, but we managed. We have 3 laws for it. So the first one is make sure that everything that you do is simple. That is as a service, right? So as threat modeling, for example. Threat modeling is something that actually normally requires a lot of your time. So make it simple, make it that they can take steps. They can adopt it very, very quickly, but they have to maintain it, of course, over time, and it's a live document. Then you get the benefits of it over time, and it gets actually pretty deep when it comes to that threat modeling. And the third one is you should never be married to your efforts. If something is not addressing risk enough, or is just too difficult to maintain, something like this that is not bringing you the benefit that you were looking for, drop it very quickly. Drop it like it's hot. So, first one. Yeah, simple, really. MVPs everywhere. It started improving after the fact, after you launch it. And then the second one, make it as a service. So our teams, for example, they don't need us for threat modeling if they want to. They can do it by themselves. And they love it. They can be self-empowered, right? And then you can scale. If everything you do is depend on your team, then you're never going to scale, especially if you have 3, 4, 5 people. We have thousands of developers. That will never work. So to be able to do that, allow them to be self-served. And then when they need your help, when they need specialists, an SME at the meeting as subject matter expert, then you'll be there. That's the only way.
So to just tap into that one, so you fully agree. I think as well, make certain that it's very clear what the goals are. So really set up achievable goals, or in the distant, but achievable, and then measure that. Yeah. Again, fail fast.
Yeah. So one other really quick thing, because I know we're running out of time, is make it as easy as possible. Build it into the process as much as possible. Put it into the build pipeline, put it into the deploy pipeline, and as Leandro said, do MVPs as much as possible. So you're not going to be able to block everything right away. You're not going to be able to give everybody a list of 100,000 vulnerabilities. That's not useful. Figure out in small chunks what's the thing we need to focus on. Maybe you do a scan and realize you've got one specific problem that keeps showing up across the company. Then just scan for that first and teach them and continue then to iterate on that. But if you put it into the process and the habits they already have and start small and then build on that in layers, you'll figure out also the people who are really interested in security and really interested in tinkering, and you can use those folks and their energy to help evangelize for you. We, in previous companies, we've had security guilds, and I had actually somebody write a good portion of our automation who was not even part of the security team, because it was somebody who just liked tinkering and kept talking about and asking really good questions about security in our little Slack guild chat, and asked him a question one day, and he fully automated the report that I was looking for. Done. So you will find the people if you give them the opportunity to ask the questions and contribute.
Well, thank you so much. We're a little bit over time, so please give a round of applause to our panelists. If your question wasn't answered, please feel free to ask, because I see also there were some personal questions to Leandro and Kes, so yeah, please feel free to come and ask them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We're getting started, so please take your seat. Okay. So I guess everyone here in the audience is an APT techniques lover and hacker. So that's why you're here, right? Yes, okay. So please welcome to the stage our next speaker, Mickey Debatz. He's going to give you a talk on a remote desktop exploitation, a deep dive into a Midnight Blizzard's RDP phishing tactics. Ooh. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. So for today, we will dive into a bit how Midnight Blizzard, also known as APT29 or Cozy Bear, has been using remote desktop as a way to get into other companies and into government organizations. Before we start, I first want to elaborate a bit more on why I chose this topic. I feel like coming from an offensive security background, I really enjoy, probably as many of you here, reading up on a variety of TTPs used by APTs. When I was researching this particular topic, at the same time there was this really nice in-depth investigation from an attack by NSA. I don't know if anyone has saw it. It was on the Chinese Polytechnical University. And you started reading it, and the attack kind of went as follows, from what I can remember. It was a long time ago. But they started by hacking the edge routers of the university and then deployed custom firmware to have a man-in-the-middle position and to then inspect the traffic and redirect all web traffic to a custom zero-day browser exploitation framework. So they could serve the right users up with the right browser zero-day. Now, when I'm reading this, I'm like, okay, it's super interesting, but this is not something I can just set up for my next red team. So that was a bummer. But then you read articles about how APT29 is using just a stupid, simple RDP file to get initial access without having any issues like being blocked on the mail gateway or getting flagged as malware or anything like this. So it's very simple, yet highly effective, which for me was something like, aha, I can use this. And that's why I chose this topic, because it was just a super interesting technique being used by these adversaries. So for the agenda, first I want to dive in a bit into who am I, a bit on my background, but not too much. Then we'll immediately go into the threat profile, who is APT29, but also what defines an APT. Then we'll talk a bit about how the timeline of the whole engagement went, how did they, which preparations did they do, how did they set up the environment, and then what are the options for weaponizing RDP. I'll end this session with also a quick demonstration and some advisory on how to detect, prevent, and hunt for this particular attack. So who am I? My name is Mickey Debatz. I'm currently the lead offensive security engineer at Vectra, the NDR company. I'm also a Hack the Box ambassador for Belgium. I teach at a Belgian college, and I'm also the founder of BSides, a red team specialized company in Belgium. So the threat profile. I've been telling you Midnight Blizzard, APT29, all a bit the same thing. But before we define who is Midnight Blizzard, why do they do what they do, we have to start with what is an APT. APT stands for Advanced Persistent Threat. Why advanced? It's because usually they have a full spectrum of intelligence gathering that they can rely on. Usually this comes hand in hand with being a state-sponsored group. So it's not per se that the APT is also state-sponsored, but we do see a lot of APTs that are state-sponsored. So you do have the full capacity of your country's intelligence operations behind you to operate and to do your engagements, which normally as a red teamer you don't really have. So that's already quite a difference. They're persistent. Think about maybe if you ever got, or somebody tried to scam you, They call you up. They will just try to have you to download AnyDesk or TeamViewer or to just do like a quick task. And the moment you struggle, they will just hang up and will go on with the next one. But they won't actually put effort into you. You're not special, unfortunately. These APTs, they are persistent. They have a target, and they will do everything they can to obtain their targets and to do the actions on objectives to make sure that they have what they want. Sometimes these operations last for years, and they don't really care. If they have to wait 2 years to actually get what they want, that's okay for them. Why are they a threat? Well, if you have the capabilities and you have the intent, then you become quite dangerous. Usually they also have the funds to have these super long operations and to do this full time. So working full time for very niche targets. Some very known examples are APT-44, also known as Sandworm. It's a Russian APT. They're part of the military intelligence service there. They are known, for example, for a lot of wiper malware. So I think it was in 2018 that they deployed some wiper malware, and this is what kind of made them very known. Also, Lazarus, allegedly North Korean, known for the very expensive crypto heists. I think the biggest one in history of $1.5 billion US, which I think it was 20% or 25% that they were already successful in laundering. And also a funny one, NSA, the Equation Group. It's also an APT, actually. One of their more recent campaigns, allegedly, was the one on the National Time Service Center in China. I don't know if anyone has read about the attack. Also a super interesting one, where they basically found an exploit in the SMS service of a foreign phone brand, and they used this to basically spy on like some managers or some high-level profiles within this time service center organization. And eventually they were caught, but it was an operation starting in 2022 and went on until somewhere late 2023. Now, why would you attack a time service center? There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of critical infrastructure relying on being in sync. If you ever had to debug your Kerberos errors because you weren't in sync with a domain controller, you know the pain, so imagine this on a national scale. So there's a variety of APTs, why they do what they do. It really varies per group. It's not this one. This is not the APT I'm talking about. When I told at home, yeah, APTs, they're like, since when are you into K-pop? But that's not what we're going to talk about today. So when we look at APT-29, Cozy Bear, it's basically been attributed to the Russian foreign intelligence. How do we know this? I'll get back to that in a second. But they mainly target NATO countries, and it really varies which kind of target they have. It could be some organization that's related to a university, it could be a think tank, it could be an NGO, it could be basically anything. Their main goal is to obtain information and to obtain intelligence that could help Russia with anything economically, in geopolitics, on any level, if they can even get like some patents from which they can have like an edge on in a certain branch in business, they will also go for it. So any organization that's linked to something that they can gather, from where they can gather intelligence and help benefit Russia. That's their goal. Now, which TTPs do they use? A lot of supply chain compromise. I mean, a lot. We saw a very big one. We'll get to that in a second. Some PowerShell, phishing. They're big fans of phishing. And more cloud as well. Now, from where would you maybe know APT-29 Cozy Bear? It started back in 2014, where they attacked several US government institutions. The White House was part of this, also the Democratic Party. And actually, around the same time, the Dutch intelligence, they were working together with the US intelligence. And the Dutch intelligence, they may or may not have, so allegedly, hacked one of the cameras in the main corridor of the office of APT-29. So if you have vision on the corridor, you also know who's walking in and out. And they were sharing this information with the US and pretty quickly to identify that this was part of Russia's foreign intelligence. After they did some more attacks, they hacked Denmark's national bank. They targeted some COVID-19 vaccine development centers. SolarWinds, small company, not a big deal, maybe it rings a bell. Still one of the biggest supply chain attacks in history. This is how I imagine SolarWinds feels whenever you mention them, because I feel like the only thing that they're still known for is being the biggest supply chain attack in history. Microsoft in 2024, very interesting case because they weren't after Microsoft's data or even after Microsoft's user data. They basically hacked Microsoft to just see, hey, what do you guys know about us? They were explicitly searching for stuff that Microsoft's threat intelligence team had on Cozy Bear. So a very interesting attack, maybe a bit too much effort, I don't know. And even a bit after that, they also hacked TeamViewer. TeamViewer came out with a statement. This was somewhere late 2024, where they did admit that they were being hacked by APT29. However, they did mention that it was not the production environment, but more the corporate environment, so that another SolarWinds was basically out of the question. Then, the third UA, case number 11690. What happened? So, on October 22, in 2024, the Microsoft Threat Intelligence team, they saw that there was a massive phishing campaign going on, and they quickly attributed this to Midnight Blizzard or Cozy Bear. And it was a high-volume spear phishing campaign. They were seen sending over 1,000 phishing emails to people in over 100 organizations. So governments, academia, think tanks, NGO, but even private sector companies. They first had to prepare this whole attack, so they were registering domains, setting up their infrastructure, and just getting ready, just a couple of months before they actually launched this attack. The phishing itself, it was a quite nice crafted phishing campaign. They had they were more relying on being Microsoft or pretending to be AWS, and really using the zero trust hype, saying like, hey, in order to comply with zero trust and to have a zero trust environment, you just have to do this quick step, have to connect to this RDP server, and that's it. We'll dive a bit more into their lure in a second. Then the RDP files. So this phishing campaign, these phishing mails, they had one attachment, RDP files. And why is this brilliant? Basically, if you look at the most modern mail gateways that are used, they do not block .rdp files. They still don't. You can now look up, Microsoft, look up what are the default, like the attachments that are blocked by default. You won't find RDP in there. And then they were using this RDP connection to basically mount the file system of the user. And once you have access to the file system, there's a lot you can do. We'll see that later in the presentation. But one of the things you can do is deploy malware. So no fancy zero-day technique, just a stupid RDP file, mapping your file system, and some scheduled task running. Trend Micro also did a lot of investigation on this whole attack, and they identified the pattern that was used to register domains. So here we can see starting from the beginning of August up until the 20th of October. So a bit late if you want to start phishing on the 22nd, but we don't judge. And you can see that they were quite, relatively prepared. So starting from August, they were averaging 10 domains a day. And even back in September, it was 13 domains a day that they were registering. These domains, they were located in Australia, Ukraine, Estonia. Again, in this list, what you will find is a lot of NATO member countries, which completely fits with the methodology of how APT29 operates. If you look at the domain names that they registered, what kind of impersonation they were trying to do, maybe try to identify the targets. Again, government, NGOs and think tanks, military, IT, but even telecom and some private sector as well. So again, perfectly fitting in the whole approach of APT29. I'll give you guys a second to read the phishing email. No, I have a translation as well. Basically, what it comes down to is that this is only one of the campaigns that they used, but they were pretending to be Microsoft and AWS, saying like, hey, this zero trust thing, we really need to get this configured ASAP. So we have attached your zero trust configuration profile checker. Just double click, connect, and it will do everything for you. That's what it boils down to. A very interesting thing with this phishing campaign is that they have used AI. But they have used AI in a very special way. Basically, they end the phishing email with saying, by the way, if you have any concerns, if something is not working, if something's weird, we're monitoring this with Amazon Q Business. This is an official AI product that Amazon offers. But basically, they're telling the user, like, if anything goes wrong, don't tell anybody. The AI will fix it. Like, we will know because of AI. So it's a very interesting use of AI. I feel like a lot of users, they're warming up to AI. They're using it in a variety of products. So they are starting to know that AI can handle certain tasks. So to see it like being used in a way like this, where you're telling the user like, hey, don't worry, if something goes wrong, don't reach out to anyone. AI will fix it and we will know. It actually is not that bad of an idea. The RDP itself, so we have a lot going on, even if it's a single file. So you will download a file, you can see it here, and it will just look like a regular .rdp file. They were using remote applications, so when you would double-click, you wouldn't get the whole virtual session, but you will just get a single application that is running on a remote server, but you as a user would not know. If we look at the warning we get when connecting, you could see that your drives, your clipboard, basically everything that can be mounted to the remote server will be mounted. Would the user see this? Probably not. Why? Because, as you can see here, this is something you have to explicitly show. So if you not click on show details, you would never know that all of this is being shared with the remote desktop server. I'm a bit in the way, but as you can see here on the left side, they were, for example, impersonating Ukrainian government. So they had registered the domain, uagov.cloud. And even on the other side, you can see that they had a valid certificate. So these RDP files, they were being signed with a Let's Encrypt certificate to have a bit more reputation. So what are the different ways we can weaponize RDP? Well, the most popular one right now is PyRDP. What is PyRDP? PyRDP is basically an open source tool that will give you a man-in-the-middle position with an RDP server. So the way it works is, normally with a regular RDP setup, you would have a client and an RDP server. You connect, and you can then send mouse movements, you can send commands, and you have a whole virtual interface in which you can connect, in which you can control basically the remote server. What PyRDP does, it's a Python tool that you can run on a Linux server or on a Linux machine. You can place it in the middle. It will listen to anything coming from the client and forward this to the remote server. Now, what is the beauty of PyRDP? It offers certain capabilities. It offers clipboard monitoring. You can crawl the file system. You can see even what the user has been doing. You can record the whole session and replay it afterwards. And you can even do certificate cloning, and the most important one, actually, credential sinkholing. So if you have been wondering, okay, nice attack, you make the user connect with an RDP server, but how do you get the right credentials to the user? Because when I want to remote desktop to any server or any host, you have to enter valid credentials. And this is the most powerful feature that PyRDP offers. It doesn't matter what kind of credentials that you enter. And normally, with modern RDP setups, you only have to enter credentials because we have NLA enforced. So if you disable this feature, it will try to, as with anything in Windows, authenticate on its own. And if we can just allow anything, then immediately without prompting for credentials, you are connected to this remote desktop server. And that's the beauty of it all. You don't need to get valid credentials to the users. The user can just double click, enjoy, and they're connected. The way they had this infrastructure set up, also mapped out pretty nicely by Trend Micro, is they would use abundance of anonymization, so Tor, VPN, proxy servers, to connect with the 34 RDP backend servers that they had. So I've already been telling you, these were thousands of emails that they were sending to people in over 100 of organizations. So you need to have quite the infrastructure. So we were using 34 RDP backend servers, and they had 193 proxy servers. I think the amount of domains they had registered was about 200. So they were pretty well prepared. So in this case, to go back to the previous image, that would mean you had on the RDP server edge, you had 34 servers available and 193 different proxy servers to relay everything you're doing. Now, okay, so what you can RDP, that's fine, right? Well, it depends. If you share your file system, what are the opportunities you have as an attacker? First of all, the clipboard, it's nice. Maybe they have their passwords already copy-pasted, like copied, because they were expecting to enter this. Can be interesting. The file crawling, super interesting. You might find some interesting credential material on the hosts. But the file system mapping is the most important one for this whole attack. Because once you have the file system mapped, what can you do? You can deploy a .link file on the victim's desktop. That could be nice. It's not very intrusive. It's not that wow. It's a link file, so you can also mess with the icon. There's a lot of things you can do to make it like more appealable to the user. It's very easy to do, and it blends in. It depends. I'm a bit of a freak when it comes to my desktop. Nothing touches my desktop, but I've seen some other desktops where for sure you would not see this link file. You can then create a shortcut to activate the link file. The only disadvantage here is mainly that this is not active until you reboot the machine. So you do have a delayed execution, which, I mean, can be worth it. You just have to wait a bit longer. And you do need the user to actually use the shortcut to activate the link file. Or you have to hope they manually double-click the link file, but this could be a bit trickier. So otherwise, you would have to wait until they actually use the shortcut. The startup folder, very interesting as well. So you would just copy something from your RDP server to the file system that was mounted to the start folder of any user. It's very easy to just create a PowerShell script that will go over all the user folders and try to put something in every user start folder. It's reliable. You have a very reliable execution. Next startup, you will immediately get a connection. You don't need any interaction. You're not waiting for the user to do anything except for rebooting, but normally, eventually, they will do this. The problem with this is that a lot of EDRs these days do easily flag something coming up in your start folder. So that might be an issue. We have sideloading, also very interesting. You place a DLL in a location that you will know that a program will use it, and then you just have to wait for the user to use the application. The application will load the DLL. Your payload's being executed. Very stealthy, bypasses certain constraints such as application whitelisting if they have app locker or WDAC configured. Very nice to have a side loading in this case. The problem is, let's say you go for the side loading approach. I can tell you there's no such thing that's more frustrating than when you have your team's side loads, payloads ready to use, and then you're on the host system and you find out that they're using WebEx. That's terrible. So you do need to have actually certainty that they're using the application that you want to target for your side loading. App domain injection, also a nice one. Very stealthy, also bypasses application whitelisting. This is basically the side-loading version that you have in .NET applications. It's a bit more complex, and again, you want to target something that you know that they for sure will have on their system. Some honorable mentions, so data exfiltration, again, this file crawling that's running in the background is super interesting because you will get a lot of configuration files that might have passwords. Maybe the user has a passwords.xlsx on his desktop. There might be very valuable information coming from your data exfiltration, and there were in the past also some RCE techniques coming from remote desktop. Now, the whole thing that we've been mentioning, maybe you're like, hey, this sounds familiar. Well, it was published a while ago by Black Hills Information Security. They did a very nice write-up on how it works, their process in going through the setup, and why they wanted to use RDP for initial access. So then you're thinking maybe, yeah, but you said an APT, they should be advanced. Well, sometimes it's the simple things that work. A very interesting thing, if you look at the whole RDP being used first by Black Hills Information Security and then by an APT, a lot of APTs, they're also actively monitoring what's going on in the red team pen testing space. And they might even use techniques from what they see in blog posts, from trainings, and these kind of things. It works both ways. As a red teamer, you're also going to steal some techniques that an APT uses, and they do the same. So that doesn't make a difference. It seems like fair play. I feel like the whole thing that you should like wonder, or that you should ask yourself in the whole, because this is a whole debate, right? Do we need to keep publishing write-ups on these kind of things? Because for example, if, let's say, Black Hills Information Security wouldn't have published their blog post on RDP being used for initial access, maybe they wouldn't have used this. Maybe APT 29, they would have never figured out how to use .rdp for mounting the file system and then deploying malware. But I mean, I'm not here to fire up this whole InfoSec debate that's been going on for years. But I just want, if this is something that bothers you, that you're looking at, and then you're thinking like, oh, these damn red teamers, why do they have to share all this tradecraft? Would you rather that you know how this works and you know how you can defend it against it? Or would you rather that you don't even know that this isn't like something that exists, RDP, man-in-the-middle kind of attack? I feel like the latter is much more worse if you think about it. So, yeah. I have a demo. I have it both on video and live. So we pray to the live gods, to the live demo gods. If that doesn't work, I'll have to fall back to the video. So it should be nice. So on the right side, I will have my PyRDP man-in-the-middle listening. And here on the left side, I have my, my victim machine. So I have this RDP profile that I sent to my client. It's not signed. I'm too poor to afford the code signing certificates. So I don't have the funds that an APT has, unfortunately. But you can see that I also have some files in my downloads folder, and I have a clean startup folder as well. So normally, I don't have anything to worry about. And then it's as simple as just opening this profile. Now, you do get like this banner that, are you sure you want to establish this remote connection? The thing is, this is not an abnormal banner. You don't get this from Mark of the Web or anything else. Even if, let's say, to an internal host, you would connect for the first time, you could get a banner like this. So this doesn't necessarily say anything. You could go for the show details, like I mentioned, but no user is going to do that. Why would you want to show things that you don't understand anyways? So you just press connect. Now, a lot of stuff is happening here. In this case, I placed a small distraction. So of course, we want to know if your AWS storage is correctly configured. So please do wait until it has done all of its checks. And you can see on the right side that the whole file system is being crawled and downloaded to the RDP server. Now, let's say I was a prepared user. I know a bit how it works, how to remote to another machine. So I knew that I might have to get my password ready. So I copy it to my clipboard. And you could see here, the clipboard is also being monitored. And the attacker would also have my password. So at this point, I'm not sure why I'm doing this. I will close this because I've been doing it for way too long, 40%. So this stops. And if we would check the file system, you can see on the evil RDP server, we have the whole file system mounted. A lot of anti-ransomware from Elastic. It doesn't have everything now because I aborted it a bit quickly. But you can see it doesn't take long for the malware to appear in my startup folder. So that's how easy it is. Even if I wouldn't have waited until 40%, the moment you connect, you can easily configure a scheduled task that runs when you log in. And when you log in, it's just as easy as copy this file to this directory. You have your file system mapped. So you just parse all users to their startup folder and see if you can write something to their startup folder. That's how easy it is. So, of course, you don't want this to happen to you. Now, the odds of you being targeted tomorrow by APT29 are quite low. I wouldn't say maybe unlikely, but quite low. So don't lose any sleep on this. But what you can do, you can block RDP files on your mail gateway. Just a simple thing to do. Normally, you don't expect your users to be receiving RDP files in their inbox. You can also block users that usually don't come into contact with a remote desktop server to just block RDP files for them. Even better, you can use the Windows host firewall to not allow MSTSC, so the RDP process, to make any connections to the internet. Maybe you are using RDP, but usually you're only RDPing to other service in your network. So you can just say this process shouldn't make contact to the internet. Even better is to use GPO to your advantage and don't allow users to share things like their clipboard, their file system with remote desktop servers. And of course, if they steal credentials, I mean, you should have MFA in place, conditional access policies. Also a nice query to hunt. If you're really going to lose sleep over this, then you can be have a bit of peace of mind to know that you didn't get any mails with RDP attachments from a Russian military intelligence group. And even if you see something from this query, maybe it was just IT. Like it could have actually been IT. Now, detect. This was also something interesting to investigate. So there are a few things that you can actually do to detect this when it's going on. First of all, if you work at an NDR company, the first thing you're going to do is just launch the attack against your NDR product. And one of the early signs was smash and grab detection. I don't know if there's any better name for it, but the fact that you're connecting to a site that you've never seen before, and suddenly you're uploading more data than you're receiving, could be quite a suspicious behavioral thing. So that's already, you can see here, data normally sent, nothing, and suddenly I'm sending 207 megabytes, and it's not here yet. It's not in this screenshot, but I think it was even like 25% of the data downloaded. The data downloaded was 25% of the data sent. So that's already something quite suspicious. Another interesting avenue is the JA3 and 4. Who knows what JA3 and 4 is? Some enthusiasts? So whenever you set up a connection, you will probably use an encrypted channel. Even RDP, this is done over, when you connect with RDP, This is done over an encrypted channel using TLS. Now, what is JA3 and JA4? You basically can fingerprint every TLS connection. So me as a user, I will have a specific set of ciphers that I use and some other actions that I do when I connect over TLS, but the server will do the same. And this match of your behavior and which ciphers you accept and which ciphers you offer can be fingerprinted. JA4 goes a bit more in depth, but basically this SSL fingerprinting is a technique that's being used more and more to identify some services. And it might be a bit small, but of course, when I connect to a legitimate Windows server, the TLS stack will be different compared to that of the Python SSL library. So just purely this, you can already check and see that something weird is going on. So in the left side here, I have my connection to PyRDP, and on the right side, I have my connection to the actual RDP server. And you can see, maybe you cannot see, but you will have to find out later in the slides, that these hashes of the fingerprints are different. And another very interesting one, I actually wasn't really aware of this in the past, but if you perform some decryption, you can actually find out that in the packets that you send to the RDP server is also your keyboard layout. And this is something that's very tricky to get right. So let's say you're a Russian APT and you want to send something to, we saw the targets, Australia, Ukraine, like every NATO member country. You cannot set up an infrastructure that mimics every keyboard layout. And maybe you even just don't think about this and you will leave your keyboard layout in just the, I don't know what the standard Russian keyboard is, but the default one. What you can see is if you perform some decryption, it's the field highlighted in blue. You can find in your decrypted RDP packets the code that maps to a certain keyboard layout. So let's say that one of your users is connecting to a server and suddenly, instead of using the normal Belgian keyboard layout, they're using some Cyrillic alphabet keyboard layout. That might be a strong indicator that something is wrong. That's all. I hope it was interesting. I have also the QR code. Before I end this talk, I really want to give a shout out to the CERT, the Ukrainian CERT. This was only one attack that they encountered. Like a few weeks ago, there was a conference dedicated to nation statecraft where everything was TLP red, so I cannot talk too much about it. But they have been bombarded with one attack after the other. And only to cover this attack and to see where have we been hit, did they deploy malware? I feel like that would be the normal SOC's nightmare already. And this is just one of many. So big shout out to those guys and also for the write-ups that they made on the attack. And I hope you guys enjoyed the talk.
Awesome. We have 2 minutes for questions. So does anyone have any questions? Yes.
You were talking about that they had RDP files that were signed.
Yes.
You said it costs a lot of money. Is it not a Let's Encrypt certificate?
It really depends. Like you can get a code signing certificate for like 80 euros. So it's not super expensive. Usually they won't play fair and pay for their code signing certificate even, and they will use something that was leaked or they found during a previous hack. It's not super expensive, but it's just too expensive for a talk. That's what it comes down to.
One more question? No, we're good. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Mickey.
you.
And we are back. There is still another talk and tech track, and we're back in 10 minutes for the closing keynote.
big, hey, you're connected to a remote computer screen. Yeah. I mean, in a way, it's good, I guess. Because APTs will make it. Yeah. You don't care. That's it. This is a great fishing topic to run for you. I've never knew that. I can see more possibilities. Ja, Nederlands. Oh, oké. Ja, je hebt ook wel gezegd. Ja, dat gebeurt dan niet. So like, yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, let's get started. So please take your seat if you want to, or if you. I see a lot of people still at the bar, so if you want to just enjoy the drink and listen to our last presentation of the day, our closing keynote, which is kind of again about the kids and how can we save them from the career in cybercrime. So yeah, we have kids. It's very relevant for you if you're planning to. So please welcome Fergus Hay to the stage.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
give him a round of applause.
Oh, applause! If you don't applause at the end, I know it's been a disaster, so it's downhill from here. It's really, really great to be back at BSides. Actually, in the advert for this talk, it said I was a sector specialist. That is a total lie. So I have no credibility to stand up here, particularly at BSides. So I'm not technical. I'm not a hacker. I've never worked in cybersecurity. So actually, even like half of you guys, yeah, no. But like we do a lot of presentations. I always say when I come to BSides anywhere in the world, it's the toughest crowd because you guys are the real hackers in the world. So thank you for the invitation, Ugo, and it's a real privilege and pleasure to be here. I bribed a lot of people at the bar with some stickers to say that if you want to talk about saving kids from cybercrime, come and listen to our little chat. I'm going to spend about 35 minutes talking to you about what myself and my co-founder, Daan Deer, who comes from Amsterdam, what we've been doing for the last couple of years. We met because he asked me if I wanted to invest in cybersecurity. Daan has been in cybersecurity for 25 years, set up and sold a bunch of different businesses. And so I came over to learn. And I walked into a room with 6 hackers. I think Hugo was actually on the phone. And 3 hours later, I walked out terrified. And I got on a plane from Amsterdam to Zurich that afternoon. And it's actually one of the most beautiful flights you can take because you fly over the Alps. And everyone's got their noses against the window. And it's like, oh, Toblerone, but in 5D. And there was just me sitting on the other side of the plane filled with parental paranoia. Just writing this thing going, fuck, what's happening to the kids? Why are they being groomed by the bad guys off gaming platforms? And why is no one doing anything about it? I landed, I called Daan, and I said, I think we're going to go from friends to co-founders because I think we need to solve the problem. And that's the mission that we're on. Our mission is to create a generation of ethical hackers to make the world safer. And the reason why we're doing that are reasons that you guys all know about. So just this year alone, the global cost of cybercrime is predicted to be $10.5 trillion. $10.5 trillion. That's the global cost of COVID, according to the IMF. In 2 years' time, they think it's going to be $24 trillion. That seems like an impossible number. If that is true, that is the GDP of the United States. And obviously, last year, it was $8 trillion. So we know that the rise of cybercrime is a real problem. But I think what's really, really scary is who are the bad guys. And of course, we all talk about Iran and Russia and China and North Korea, and all of that is true. And we also talk about the organized cyber gangs out of South America, South Asia, Eastern Europe, and Africa. Also, that is true. But what the data shows is that the vast majority of the people committing the crime are children. In fact, Europol published a report where they interviewed 14,000 teenagers across Europe and the UK. 69% of them have committed a cybercrime or a gross cyber misdemeanor. 69%. The FBI, who sit on our advisory board, will tell you that the average age of someone that they arrest for serious crime is 37 years old. But the average age of someone they arrest for cybercrime is 19 years old. And in fact, if you just look at the media, you can see that it's a really big social issue. None of these stories are new to you guys. But for example, the guy who was arrested as the head of Lapsus, I'm not sure anyone really believes he was the head of Lapsus, was an 18-year-old autistic kid from Oxford in the UK. The Marks and Spencers and Co-op and Harrods, which are the biggest retailers in the UK, they were hacked about 4 months ago. It cost $1 billion of enterprise value. The 4 people arrested for that hack by the National Crime Agency were 17 years old, 19 years old, and 2 20-year-olds. The hack on the government ministries in The Hague just a month ago was run by 2 Dutch teenagers who were recruited by Russian intelligence off Telegram. So what you're seeing is the age profile of the cyber criminal gangs today is increasingly young. It is thought that Scattered Spider are also behind the Jaguar Land Rover hack. That has cost Jaguar Land Rover $2.2 billion. It's put 140 businesses in liquidation, and the UK government has now bailed out a foreign-owned company, try to put that together, for £1.5 billion. So the impact of this youth cybercrime is really, really for real. And it's a problem that we are trying to understand where it comes from and what the entry point is. We feel like this generation is at an ethical fork in the road. They're either going to be a real liability to society, but they could also be a real asset. And so when we look into understanding who they are, what's super clear is that every hacker is a gamer. In fact, I sat with Jeff Mann, who some of you may know, but he's the founder of the NSA's red teaming. And Jeff in the US is one of the godfathers of BSides. He's an amazing guy. And I said, well, Jeff, you must be super technical, right? Because, you know, you're like one of the old school hackers. And he was like, no, I'm not technical. Of course you need some technical skills, but they change every year. What you need is puzzle logic. You need pattern identification. You need to be able to see things other people don't see and solve things in a way that other people can't solve. And the way he learned to do that was sitting with his dad in probably, sorry, Jeff, the 1960s, doing wooden puzzles and metal puzzles, and playing chess, and playing turn-based games, and developing his puzzle logic that way. And in his mind, every single hacker is a gamer. And actually, you just have to go back to history. If you look in the 1930s, during the Second World War, Winston Churchill from the UK, he saw 2 ways to try to win the war. Get the Americans involved. We kind of might regret that at the moment, but get the Americans involved. And the second way was to solve the Enigma code. And the Enigma code was the telecoms system, signal system the Germans were using to have the U-boats to attack the merchant navy ships, which is all the supplies around the ocean. So what Churchill did is he went to Alan Turing, who we were with his grandson actually 2 nights ago. We went to Alan Turing, who was an autistic mathematician, and said, Alan, we need corkscrew minds. We need the best corkscrew minds in our country who think differently, who think atypically, some would say diversely, to solve problems. So what he did is he developed a cryptographic puzzle. And he put that cryptographic puzzle in the newspaper. And he said, if you can solve this puzzle, you get an interview at Bletchley Park. And the puzzles were solved, and the people were hired were predominantly neurodiverse, autistic, Polish women. And this was the crew that he put together to crack the Enigma code. So there is history to show that if you understand the gaming mindset, and how people game, and how people think, and how people solve puzzles, and you look for those corkscrew minds, the people who think differently, the atypicals, then you can identify what a future hacker really looks like. And what that means today is that the next wave of hackers and cyber talent are gamers. I want to show you this kid. He's one of the founders of our youth community. Dylan, when he was 12 years old during COVID, his high school wouldn't let him use Teams. So all of their friends were at home on their own, going crazy. There was no social interaction. We all have a bit of PTSD off the back of that. And so what Dylan decided to do was to hack Microsoft. They're not a sponsor, are they? That's always a bit embarrassing if they're a sponsor. No, they're not on. They should be, though. We should call them. So he hacked Microsoft. And he opened up Teams for 2.5 weeks for his school friends so that they could all socialize. It actually spread like wildfire across the US. All the teenagers in all of the high schools got hold of it and started using it. He got pulled by the FBI after 2.5 weeks, and they referred the case to Microsoft. And they said, what do you want to do? You want us to prosecute this kid? But to their great credit, they didn't prosecute him. They gave him a job. And last year at Black Hat in Vegas, Dylan won Bug Bounty of the Year at Microsoft. We think he earned about $300,000 last year from Microsoft, legitimately for a specialist program just for his talent and abilities. And he developed all of his talent and abilities by learning how to hack computer games. So there is a whole wave of gamers out there who have got talent. And in fact, there are 3.2 billion gamers in the planet. Just to put that into perspective, there are 3.5 billion football fans. 93% of Gen Z game. And when you look at how they spend their time every day, what you'll see is that they spend 30 minutes a day on Snapchat, 50 minutes a day on TikTok, 114 minutes a day gaming. In fact, the Times in the UK published a report last month that said British male teenagers are spending more time gaming than they are doing their homework. And of course, what happens is the school thinks a corkscrew-minded, neurodiverse teenager who is spending all their time gaming, they think they've checked out of school and they're dumb. But the reality is they're smarter than their computer science teacher. They know more than their math teacher. They find it completely boring and pointless. And the parents, they think that Dylan is just wasting his time playing computer games in his bedroom. Why are you playing Fortnite, Dylan? But what they don't understand is like a live laboratory for skills development. And so this talent is unidentified and unseen and missed. Unfortunately, the only guys who have worked out about this rich vein of talent are the bad guys. The bad guys have identified that they can identify young kids who are developing their skills from the age of 11 years old, and they can recruit them as hackers into their community. In fact, in 2024, 132,000 kids were groomed by cyber gangs through gaming platforms. It's a 30% year-on-year spike. And that's because the kids are motivated. And the use case would be my son, Rafa. Rafa's 11 years old, and he plays Roblox like 79 million other kids a day. Just to put that in perspective, the most watched bit of TV in the world that happens once a year is the Super Bowl. It's just 4 hours of painful, patient, it's a hard watch, and there's 120 million people watching it. So 1.5 days of Roblox. Not even a day of Minecraft, which is 140 million people a day. And so you take my son Rafa, he plays Roblox, and he'll come up to me and go, Dad, can I have 10 Robux to buy some stuff in the game? And because I'm a perfect parent, like everyone else here, I will say no. And what he will do is he'll find a way. YouTube will teach him how to hack the game. Google will give him the tools. The Discord will find him a community, and he'll put his skills to work. And when he starts hacking the games and securing what he wants, he starts to get noticed. And if he's really good, he starts to develop modification software. And if I asked a question here, which I did to 300 kids in Manchester on Tuesday, how many of you create modification software? It was over 50% of the room. So when they do that, they're getting on the radar. They're getting identified by the gangs. It's like a cyber criminal GitHub. And they can see the talent of these kids. And then what happens is they approach Rafa and they go, hey, Rafa, you want to earn some Bitcoin? Why don't you come over to this Discord community and we'll put it together? We have a 12-year-old kid, or he was 12. He hacked Roblox. And in one day, he stole a bunch of tokens that hadn't been released. He sold them on the secondary market. At 12 years old, he made $35,000 in a day. The next day, he put that all into Bitcoin. And 18 months later, he had a wallet with $400,000 in it. And his parents only felt, he's nodding. He's like, I wish my kid was like that. And maybe he is. The next day, he went up to his parents. And the only reason they found out is because he said, at what point should I start paying tax? Which may be self-selecting in itself. By the way, the threshold for a minor is $6,000 if anyone's worried about what your kid's up to. So the thing is, he's now part of our youth community, and he's just finished an internship with us. He's now 15. He's now using his hacking skills for ethical hacking. And that's a sign of a kid can go well. We've come across an 11-year-old with $14 million in his bank account in Oxford. And I remember his mum, who was a lawyer, saying, I'm just really worried people are going to think Johnny's a criminal. I was like, well, he's probably a criminal. There's an 8-year-old we've come across who's got $4 million in a bank account. There is a kid famously in the Netherlands who, 8 years old, ordered an AK-47 to be delivered to his nice Bloemendaal suburban home. So the reality is, and you guys will know that story already. So the reality is these kids are super highly active. So how do we help them? How do we direct them away from this journey? This journey is actually developed by the National Crime Agency in the UK and done the Politie Techniek, is that how I say it? Politie, the high-tech crime unit in the Netherlands. The Dutch are actually top 3 in the world for policing cybercrime. That's partly because you also have the top 3 cyber criminals in the world. But you have amazing talent. Floor Janssen, Wouter, these guys, the police force are really amazing. They developed this view of the cyber criminal pathway. So kids basically start gaming on platforms, on tablets, very young. If you go to your local pizza restaurant, you'll see the kids are like face planted at 5 years old into the iPad. When I was their age, I was just face planted into the pasta, but they've kind of moved on. And they develop into playing challenging and strategic games, and that's fine. Then they start to choose which kind of games are really interested in, and that tells you a lot about a kid. If you play EVE Online, you're into really long-term strategic games. If you're playing Call of Duty, you're into games which you can blow shit up. But they all tell you a little bit about your character type. Then, of course, they start getting rewarded. When they're getting rewarded, it feels tangible. And these kids are winners, right? They're really good. They're often neurodiverse and autistic. They're better than the neurotypical idiots like me. And so they really get rewarded fast. And that's when they start to think, wow, this is great. And then they start getting scammed. You can speak to any single kid. Have you been hacked or scammed on Roblox? Have you been hacked or scammed on Minecraft? It's a uniform 100% yes. And right now, it's brain rots and 6-7 chaos is exactly where it's all happening. And the interesting thing is, once you get scammed, you want to know how to scam. And that's the road that leads you into the hacking chat rooms and then into the dark web. I'll give you a life story of that. One of our community members is called Ricky Hanel-Schumacher. He was an American, he's not your atypical actually, he was an American baseball star. 15 years old, he was top 10 in America at baseball. He was on a pathway to a college scholarship and then ultimately into the MLB. And he was playing Halo, and he got cut off. You know, he got doxed or DDoSed by his competitor. He got kicked out of the tournament, and he was furious. He was so mad. So what he did is he went online to find out how he did it. He's a bright kid, so he found out how to do it, and he worked out that you could hack into someone's account and sever their connectivity. So he started doing it. And he found in some online community forums, and he was actually really good at it, and someone tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, Ricky, did you know that if you can do that, you can also hack into people's crypto wallets and crypto accounts? And for him, that was just an extension of like messing about online, so he started doing that. And fast forward 8 years, he went to jail for a $15 million crypto heist. He went to jail for 4 years, and he came out in November. And when I did a podcast with Ricky, I asked the typical stupid, like, middle-aged father's question, which was like, how was it in jail? And what he said is, well, I'm not one of them. It was really interesting. I'm not one of them. He goes, I've lived with criminals in jail for 4 years. I know I'm not a criminal like those guys. I was a kid who didn't understand the consequences, and no one managed me, no one stopped me, and I never had to stab someone to steal their money. I was just fucking around, and it was really lucrative. I didn't even buy anything with my money. And that is the journey that these kids can fall very quickly into the underbelly. So what can we learn then about what a kid is doing online? How can we intercede and help them? Well, you can learn a lot about the games that people play. It tells you a lot about their personalities. So here are 6 pieces. What I'm showing you here is the output of research we did with 2 universities in the UK, Roehampton and Abertay University, to understand the skill sets, you can see, the skill sets from gaming that correlate into cyber. The first thing is you can learn someone's mindset and motivation by the games they play. So if you like things that go boom, like Call of Duty, that's destructive, so you like high-intensity, short-burst excitement. If you're more of a social person, like to play the Nintendo world, the Pokemon stuff, that's a competition, but it's very community-orientated. If you like playing games like EAFC or what used to be FIFA, then you're into the mastery of it, taking one thing, getting really deep at it. If you are into any of the immersion games, the fantasy games, so Zelda-type stuff, League of Legends type stuff, then you're into like long-term stories. And actually, I think the best ones to get someone to read of is if you're into Minecraft and Roblox, and you're seeing kids creating worlds. So if you are familiar with brain rots, I forgive you because it's really frustrating, but any kid under the age of 13 is obsessed. 11 million kids a day playing that game. That was created by like a 22-year-old Brazilian-Italian kid in Sao Paulo who just loved creating worlds on Roblox. So, you know, that really tells you a sign of their mindset. So you can see what people's motivations are just by the games that they play. But then what's really interesting as an industry, what we do is we create lots of competitions, don't we? When I say we, as you know, I'm a complete charlatan. But we create a load of competitions to evaluate people's skill sets. And these are competitions that you guys will be really familiar with. So the capture the flags, sorry about the lines, the capture the flags are testing, you know, vulnerability hunting, logic, and puzzles. But actually there's a whole load of recreational games that kids are playing, young people are playing, that also test similar mindsets, so puzzle games and stealth missions. You know, we create red team attack challenges, and that tests exploitation, stealth, and persistence. But so do infiltration games and roguelike games. Purple team exercises test strategy, adaptation, and adversarial, but so do competitive PvPs and arena esports. And policy and war games, and this is what the military have been doing for like 50 years, what they're trying to do is test strategy, diplomacy, and risk trade-offs. But so do turn-based strategy games, really long-term turn-based strategy games. So actually, you can look at what someone is doing in gaming and start to understand what kind of skill sets they're developing. Because what we know about the industry is there are 4.8 million unfilled jobs, supposedly, right? 4.8 million unfilled jobs. But what everyone will tell you is you can't get a job as a young person. And the main reason is, A, you haven't got a compliance certificate, which costs 500 to 1,000 euros to get, but B, because you don't have, quotes, real-world experience. But actually, if you understand what these kids are doing in the gaming environments, you realize they've been developing real-world experience for quite a long time. We're just measuring the wrong items. So gaming in itself is already developing the right skill sets. But we wanted to go a little bit of a step further. So what we did is we said, okay, there's gaming, and there's cheat code using. That's going to tell you some stuff. But what's the gaming GitHub? Like, what's the equivalent when you can really identify someone's cyber skill sets based on what they're actually, the software they're building? And that's when you get into the mods and modification software world. And I'm sure a whole load of you are in it, a whole load of you have developed your own skills in that space. But we did an analysis and we said, well, let's look at the techniques in modding, and let's work out what the descriptions are, and let's see what the correlation is to what you might do in cybersecurity. Because if the hypothesis is a kid doesn't know anything until they've done like 3 years at BAE Systems, maybe that's not right. Maybe they're already developing those skills, we're just not evaluating them in the right way. So you can see the content up here, but just to pick a couple ones, probably the most used modification after just DDoSing people is creating aimbots. And as you well know, there's shit aimbots that I might make, and then there's going to be amazing aimbots that you might make. There's different gradations of it. And for those that don't know, but I really feel like you guys all know, but if the two of us are playing Call of Duty together, I have to aim at you and shoot you, and I may or may not get you. But because you're really smart and you've created a aimbot, it does it automatically and takes me out. So you win, I lose, I go home and cry, and you move on to the next level. But interestingly, in developing an aimbot, that is memory manipulation. That is the same as memory injections and malware hooks. And as you can see by the analysis here, we've really looked down, and actually this is just a small snapshot of it. We've really looked down at all the gaming modification behaviors and skill sets and understood how they can correlate to cybersecurity skill sets. And if you take the assumption that the overlap between a gamer and a hacker is 100%, and if you take the assumption that you can develop skill sets in gaming and software techniques in gaming, and particularly if you are corkscrew-minded, neurodiverse, kind of off the grid, not fitting into the system, this is actually the greatest talent identifier that you can imagine for the next wave of Gen Z hackers. We've tested this. We've put now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of young people aged 12 to 25 through this program to correlate, like, are those skills attributable enough? And our CPO is actually the former CISO of Cognizant and Verizon, and he, for 10 years, has been hiring people out of the subterranean gaming sector based on these modification skills. So we know it works, and we're pretty excited about what this means for like the next wave of youngsters who right now often, like I said, we're in Manchester on Tuesday. We're in a really, really poor part of Manchester with kids who really are given no hope. Like, forget about university. It's just completely not even a conversation for them. Maybe it's getting to 16, possibly an apprenticeship. The only thing the thing they really do in their lives is gaming and walking the streets. The schools can't help them. The parents are often doing shift work, so they don't have time for the kids. The kids think there is no option. But when we sit there and put them through an evaluation and say, hey, look, holy shoot, you've got amazing skills here that you think you're just doing on Call of Duty aimbot creations and making your £500 a month and selling your modification software. Actually, you've got great potential. And that's where you see their eyes light up and you see that there's a new pathway for them for having legitimate jobs. And if you buy the theory, then actually the scale of this is insane, right? 3.2 billion gamers. If we could get 1%, if we can find 1% of that community who are creating modification software, are cheating really, really well, and have developed their skills, we're talking about a potential workforce of 32 million. 32 million. There's 4.8 million unfilled jobs at the moment. And the problem is no one's talking to them. No one's talking to them at the moment. The issue is this, is that the industry is this old guy over here. The industry is this guy going, oh, hey, you got to go to university, and you got to have government compliance certificates, and you got to do 1 billion years work experience as a SOC analyst. And if you're still breathing, maybe we'll give you an entry-level job. And guess what? It's not working because the companies are getting hacked every day. It's a shit show out there. The best talent that make it through that system are so resilient and have had moments of fortune. But there's an amazing set of talent that is not even entering that system. we had Bea Skylab. She's one of the founders of our youth community. She created the Girls Who Hack platform when she was 11. It's a safe space for female hackers. She's now 18. And I was in America with her, and there was a room full of like balding, middle-aged, white male consultants. And but they were ugly, and you are, yeah, that's true. And they were being very like boomer about the whole thing. And they were like, we haven't got a problem with talent. And she said, okay, well, you are irrelevant to me. Your generation is irrelevant. Your industry is irrelevant. The language you use is irrelevant. You don't talk to me. You don't inspire me. You don't make me feel like there's a career opportunity for me in cybersecurity. And that is a problem. So we need to be less like this guy and more understanding what the talent's actually doing to build their skill sets, to understand that gaming is a live laboratory for skill set development and start to speak to them in their language. And here's how we're trying to solve the problem. So we have built Haptai, the Hacking Aptitude AI platform. What that does is build a hacking aptitude profile of young people. At the moment, it's 16 for various safeguarding reasons. We haven't quite gone younger yet, but for 16 to 27-year-olds. And we don't look at their LinkedIn because they're not on it. And we don't look at resumes because if they do have a resume, it's written by ChatGPT and it's going to be read by ChatGPT, and then it's just like two ghosts talking to each other. So what we do is we look at their gaming behavior. We look at their psychometrics. We took a professor of psychology from clinical psychology from Oxford University to build a mapping system that can identify the levels of neurodiversity, the types of character, and how they make decisions. And then we look at their performances in games, as well as their modification software they're building, so that we can build a full Haptai profile of them. We've run hundreds of young people through this, and I've got to say, the buy-in has been awesome. So I'm just going to show you a couple of examples to see how we're approaching it. So first of all, our interface, as you can see, is a terminal. Like, we want to be miles away from the word career. We want to be miles away from mum and dad and schools and universities. We want to be firmly in gaming logic. It's prompt-based, so that's already a natural filter for the kind of mindsets we're looking for. And what we're doing is we're saying, hey, at the top, you're going to see here 9 personas. These are 9 personas that are clinically psychologically put together for the type of hacker that you might be. Some will be exploiters, some will be manipulators, some will be defenders, some will be fixers, alchemists, executors, strategists. And that is all your actual character type. There's no right or wrong, but not every hacker is the same. And if you can understand someone's personality and motivations, remember that slide I showed you about the games that people play, you can understand how they're going to address problems. So we help them understand which one of these profiles they are. And then here you can see their progress through our platform, the games that they've uploaded, the projects that they've done, and the challenges that they've gone through. So they can see their progress as they build their hacking aptitude profile. And here's all the journey that we take them through. It's all prompt-based. And this is the bit that they get really excited about. It's so cool when you put this in front of teens, and you're like, pick your games. Which games are you playing? We've now profiled about 170 of the most popular games in the world, but up to really like obscure ones as well as the ones that are kind of AAA Hollywood-produced game by game studios. And what they do is they select their game. They select the game that they play, and already that is predispositioning them for us to understand what kind of mind they are. And once they've selected their game, we start to ask them questions here about how they play the game. So in this case, Cara has said she's playing Fortnite. So we say, do you prefer playing in a team or do you prefer playing solo? And she goes, well, I really like playing team mode. Okay, that's already a decision. And then we go, for both Fortnite and Valorant, what role do you enjoy playing on the team and why? And she responds, I like playing support, offering suppressive fire from a distance and monitoring the field to gather information. She's probably not going to write that exact language, but I appreciate it. But you get the point. And so now we know that she's someone in the support staff. She's not someone who's running off fully aggressive. And then we go, do you prefer playing offensive or defensive? And she goes, well, I don't really know. And she goes, that's okay. And all of this is building a psychographic model of the kind of mindset that she has. And then we go into the bit that we thought they wouldn't answer. Hey, do you cheat? Are you a cheater? Oh my God. When I was playing Monopoly as a kid, we all accused each other of cheating. We never cheated. No, 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 no. Not me, the money. No, I didn't steal that from the bank. These guys cannot wait to tell you what they're doing cheating. They think that's a bone of like a moment of pride. And so we asked them, here, you can see, have you ever made a mod for a game, yes or no? Have you ever cheated at a video game? Have you ever created a X cheat for a game? Do you consider yourself a speedrunner? A really big telltale sign. Have you ever used a mod? So what happens is they start answering these questions, and we're building a psychographic profile of them. And then we ask them to upload any vulnerability disclosures or any modification softwares. It's like the GitHub bit, so we can assess it. And then this is where it becomes really cool. Then they see their profile as a teen gamer with potential skills for the future, not their profile as a school graduate ticking all the boxes of why they learned medieval history that no one cares about. So what you have here is, in this case, this individual has got 3 lead characteristics: executor, supported by being core, and defender. That's her profile. So the executor highlights their ability to thrive in high-pressure scenarios. That's why she was playing Fortnite. She makes swift decisions and maintains control against chaos. So you know what kind of environment that she's going to thrive in. The summary here is that she is then down here, what you'll see is a map. If anyone's played FIFA or International Superstar Soccer, ISS, you'll really recognize this mapping of behaviors, but we've mapped it against cognitive, behavioral, human, social, and technical. So we're using the language that she understands and mapping how her character looks at. And then we go, well, let's look at your aptitudes. Well, you're really strong at systems thinking and improvisation. You're pretty good at crisis decision-making, adversarial simulation, and pattern recognition. But here's like what you suck at. So like, don't apply for a career where you're going to have to use protocol tinkering, curiosity, tribe dynamics awareness, continuous tinkering, or anomaly spotting. I actually don't even understand half of those things. But what you're doing is you're building a picture for her of what world she's going to suit in, and then you can give her the summary. The candidate's profile is characterized by a strong alignment with the executive persona, excelling in systems thinking and improvisation, which are crucial for navigating complex and high-stakes environments. Their cognitive strengths are complemented by behavioral adaptability, making them a versatile and effective operator in dynamic scenarios. So we're helping them understand their own profile. And that then enables us to say, well, hey, this is the kind of stuff in cyber that you can do. First of all, they never even heard of cyber. Remember, it's irrelevant to them. But what we're doing is helping them map their career path. So in this case, we're saying, hey, you're most suited to be a red team operator and a SOC analyst and an incident response handler. So here is a career path that you can have based on your gaming behaviors. But by the way, you would be the worst cybersecurity analyst. Do not apply for that job. You will not enjoy it. You'll be mid to low capable as a social engineering pen tester, and you'd be okay as a DevSops engineer. But this is where your persona and your skill sets are well suited for. And then we can start to map you for what roles are that you would apply and what your dimensions are. So this is the role, and then this is your personality match. So that ultimately this candidate can start to see that there is a career path for them based on what they've done in gaming and modding and hacking. So, and then we break it all down. So this product, at the moment, is being rolled out across the UK, across Saudi Arabia, across the Balkans. We have 20,000 kids running through it in the UK right now, 42,000 in Saudi Arabia. It should be about 50,000 in the Balkans. Going through the schools, through the governments, trying to capture particularly the kind of the part of society that doesn't have a pathway. You know, not the kind of affluent middle-class kid who lives in Bloomendale who's going to go to the UVA. You know, they've got a path, probably. You know, but what about the ones who don't? And that's why the governments are taking it through into their platforms. So I guess the question is, how do you get them to think it's cool? How do we engage them? What we know is that you can't talk to this generation like a parent or a school or law enforcement or a government or, to be honest, most cybersecurity companies. You have to speak to them in the language that they understand. Popular culture, content, social media, influencer, competition, gaming, esports. So we have a full media ecosystem. We're so happy to be participating in so many BSides. That's been such an awesome experience every time. Beer is the chairwoman of the DEF CON Next Gen workstream, so we get loads of brilliant young talent coming through DEF CON. In the UK, we have the Cyber First program. It's a government-funded program to identify hackers at the age of 14 and sponsor them through high school, college, and university. We have our own social media guys, so our young hackers make content all the time. I'm not allowed to see it. They just publish it. They do it on the iPhone. There's no money. the last one, I think earlier this week, got 3 million views. Like, I don't understand any of it. But that is about Gen Z talking to Gen Z in the language they understand, demystifying cyber and taking the piss out of the middle-aged white guy, which actually they did the other day. I didn't realize that. They put an... when I grew up, we used to gather around music festivals. When I lived in Amsterdam, we still do that as like middle-aged people, hey Don. And, but this generation, they're gathering around esports. 550 million kids follow esports a year. I'm so happy to say that tomorrow we're making an announcement that we'll be launching the first ever ethical hacking esports format. We're doing it in partnership with the UK Esports Federation, the Global Esports Federation, and the Savvy Gaming Group. Just to put that in perspective, the Esports World Cup this year had 2 billion streams in. 2 billion streams in over an 8-week period. So we just hired the CEO of David Beckham's esports team has come to run our esports. So that is really the way to activate hacking in a kind of cool, popular cultural context. And then we have a load of, can't talk too much about it, but kind of TV shows and films and stuff coming out to create a popular cultural narrative about ethical hacking, make it cool and aspirational instead of making it always seen as criminal. For you guys here, there's a bunch of our Virtue members already. Hugo is a member. Thanks, Hugo. We love that. We have a community now of about 300, we think, of the world's most influential ethical hackers, ranging from Marcus Hutchins to Chris Weisserpaal to Astrid Oesemans, Barry, lots of people you guys will know in the Netherlands. They do stuff all the time. We put them on documentaries, we put them on TV shows all over the world, on news channels, and they're all banging the drum for doing the right thing for this young generation. So if you guys want to be part of that, if you want to contribute your voice and your intelligence to this community, please come and join us. It's an unbelievably exciting place to be. And then we have the real stars. These are the 4 members of our founding members of our youth community. Beer, I spoke about. Dylan, I spoke about. Cole, he hangs out hacking back to all the scam centers in India. That's what he does in his free time. And you'll walk into his room and there'll be some middle-aged guy in Delhi crying on the phone, trying to explain why he keeps ripping off pensioners in Florida. That's what he does in his spare time. But this kid, if there's one name for you to remember here, is Marco Liberale. He is the most generational savant in the world, I think. When Marco was 2 years old, he kept taking stuff out of the cupboards. And his mum, Katerina, was going crazy. So she put padlocks on the cupboards. She came downstairs and he had lock-picked the padlocks. At 3 years old, he wrote his first code. At 5 years old, he wrote his first malware. At 11 years old, he keynoted at Black Hat Middle East. He's now 15, and he is teaching computer science postgrads at the King Abdullah Science and Technology University in Jeddah. It's the most funded university on the planet for technology. He's teaching them cybersecurity. This boy is an absolute savant. He is unbelievably autistic. He's so autistic. And the real hero behind Marco is his mum, Katerina, because she saw that this boy needed to live a different life. He was the most corkscrew of corkscrew minds. She took him out of school. She said, that's not going to work. She committed her life to creating what I can only describe as a platform for this kid to shine. When many people would have tried to be embarrassed about their kid or said he's a problem, she said he's the most amazing talent. And she's created this world for him. We're elevating him on a daily basis. He is now part of the Saudi government advising them on their cybersecurity talent development program. This guy is the exact prototype of when a kid is backed and spotted and given a pathway, he can have an outsized impact on the planet. And I'm so proud that he's part of our founding group. And if you are at Black Hat Riyadh in 2 weeks' time, he's keynoting again, and he's a really cool cat. So that's it, guys. What we want to do is change this cycle. This is all cool, but this was crime. So now we want this all to be cool, and we want this to be careers. And if we can do our job and identify the most exciting talent through what they're doing in gaming platforms and put the spotlight on them and give them a direction into the industry, we can create a generation of ethical hackers to make the world safer, which is going to benefit society, it's going to benefit businesses, it's going to benefit jobs and governments, and in the end, we can all go to bed sleeping that bit easier. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Fergus. I think we don't really have time for the questions. Maybe one. If
Any questions, guys?
If someone really wants.
Or can we go to the bar and drink?
Okay.
3, 2,
Perfect.
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good evening, everyone. If I can have your final drops of attention of a very intense and very long day. Thank you so much for coming and supporting BSides Amsterdam, the revival. We were absolutely overwhelmed by the level of interest we had, the level of support we got. We're very, very happy that we sold out so quickly, and we've had some really great talks, and we have big dreams for the future. So definitely keep an eye out for next year. So out of all the statistics, we had 112 submissions, I think from 96 or 97 individual contributors. So that was how many people applied to speak today. It's very exclusive. Yes, thank you, Hugo. So we've had 5 main talks. We've had 7 in our tech track. We had 2 keynotes and 1 panel, which I heard excellent things about. Both keynotes were fantastic. All right, so our final tally, 312 participants out of 300. I'd say that's pretty good. We've had 19 presenters on stage, 13 wonderful, beautiful volunteers, 10, yes, please. Free labor is the backbone of BSides. So we have had more than 10 CTF crackers. We don't know how many, but there were more than that. And 16 wonderful sponsors. We truly could not have put this together without the help from our wonderful sponsors. The tickets aren't what pay for the conference. So we really appreciate the support. And can we have a drum roll, please, to announce in 3rd place, winning a wonderful PicoPad DIY console, we have Alexei Kirillov, also known as Root. That was incredibly underwhelming. All right, then it will go to the next runner-up if he doesn't show. All right, hopefully we have 2nd place, who wins a 1-year Hack the Box lab subscription. We have Artyom Ivanov, also known as Sick. Amazing. Поздравляю. Congratulations. And the long-awaited 1st place prize, generously donated by SANS, a course of your choosing, goes to our own volunteer, Jack Bainham, also known as Smiley. Congratulations. Fantastic.
Good job, Jack.
So that explains why he was slacking so much. He was just playing CTF. Come on, man. Thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, over to me. You gonna grab the slides? Yeah, I was hoping you'd relieve me at code check, but that's okay. So thank you to all the volunteers. This takes an army of people like me that are unemployed. Just kidding. I'm probably the only one, but yes, it was thanks to us who put this together, and do haste too. It was like, I think in June we started talking about this, and then we whipped it together, and damn, it happened. Yeah. And thank you to the volunteers again, Jack, Steph, Yorian, and Kat. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help. Please take a picture here or do a QR code link and give us feedback. We want to know what worked really well and what sucked or not, that we know we can do better and we want to do better. And also, yeah, follow us on LinkedIn. So share the feedback, follow us on LinkedIn. Thanks again to all the sponsors. There's a lot of them. I'm not going to go through all of them, but yeah, One last thing. There's one thing between you and more beers, and that's my talking. And thank you to Aikido, who's sponsoring the after drinks. So we're going to go over to Tech Track 2 to wrap this up. Please stay. The weather outside is, let's say, kutweer. It's garbage. So you don't want to bike home just yet. Yeah, and see you next year. But also, I think you guys want to raffle this thing off, right? All right, we're going to do this quickly. Do you want to announce it or you want me to announce it? Who? Tonga Boxy is, yeah. Where are you? Are you here? Hopefully you're still, are you coming? All right, come get your Lego kit. Hopefully you're old enough to understand what Goonies is, because I was like, I really hope somebody knows what Goonies is. Thank you. So shuffle out. Meet us over in track 2. Thank you very, very much. We're really happy this worked out. Everything came together. See you next year.